Good morning, everyone. Sound like a sound. Hello. Good morning. Welcome to the special magistrate hearing for July 24th, 2025. If you wish to speak, please stand and raise your right hand. Please stand. Let's stand up. Do you all swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing? Thank you. Please silence all electronic devices.
Good morning, everyone. Our first case, page 82, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 2403-0687, case address 1500 Northwest 19th Street, owner 19th Street Family Holdings, LLC. This case was first heard 10/24/24 to comply by 1/30/25. 2 suspensions noted on the agenda. 1 section complied at $100 per day, $3,700 accrued, $150 imposed on 10/24/24, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Exantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement. Case number CE 2403-0687, property address 1500 Northwest 19th Street. This case was first heard on October 24, 2024, and the magistrate ruled in favor of the city. Property owner was ordered 98 days to correct the violation at this property. The case reappeared before the special magistrate in February 27, 2025. A 28 days extension was granted. The case reappeared a third time before the special magistrate on April 24, 2025, and a 35 days extension was granted. On May 10, 2025, the violation was brought into compliance. This violation was not in compliance for a total of 37 days at a fine of $100 per day. The city is seeking full imposition of fines in the amount of $3,700, along with the fine of $150 previously imposed by Special Magistrate Cannon on October 24, 2024.
Please state your name for the record.
Anthony Gondola.
Okay, explain to me why it took so long.
The last time I was in front of you, you gave me the time frame to go forward. I am the manager. I took care of it immediately. I met with the inspector. I met with an Inspector Fisk, brought everything in compliance within 2 weeks of when you told me to do it.
Okay, that's not what the history says. The history
Well,
says
that's
you had
previous.
three...
That is previous. Facts, you know, in fact, but when you told me to do it, I immediately got it done.
Okay, that's not the history on the property. Who was in charge before?
Mr. Johnny, the owner.
Okay, all right. All right, I'm going to impose the fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 92, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case address 2832 Southwest 14th Street, owner Lawrence Rabin. This case was first heard 6/10/25 to comply by 7/8/25. 2 sections not complied at $50 per day, and the fines continue to accrue. This is a request for extension.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 250-30771 on behalf of Matthew Flesher. The property is located at 2832 Southwest 14th Street. The case was first heard on June 10th, where Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 28 days to comply or a daily fine of $50 per day thereafter. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on July 21st, 2025, and the violation 9-305B remains. The owner is here to request an extension.
Please state your name for the record.
Lawrence Rabin.
Okay, how much time are you asking for?
30 days.
Okay, and for what reason?
I had some medical issues. Bell's was suffering from Bell's palsy, and I've just recently gone back to work and started being able to work without a patch.
Okay, 35 days, and we'll suspend the fines during that time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Our next case, page 83, Inspector Bovriexantis, case number CE 2408-0465, case address 1159 Northwest 9th Avenue, owner USA Rio Jara LLC. This case was first heard 4/24/25 to comply by 5/9/25 and 6/26/25. One section not complied at $100 per day, $2,800 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Officer Exensis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement. Case number CE 2408-0465, property address 1159 Northwest 9th Avenue. This case was first set in April 24, 2025, and the magistrate ruled in favor of the city. Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 15 days to comply for violation 9-363. And for the remaining violation, Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 63 days to comply or fine $100 per violation each day thereafter. At this time, the property remains in violation. The city is requesting full imposition of fine and to continue to accrue until the property until compliance is met.
Okay. All right, please state your name for the record.
Steve Zimmerman.
Okay, Mr. Zimmerman, looks like you've done 2 out of 3. And why is the last one not done, the gravel drive?
We actually hired someone to take care of it, and they disappeared on us, but I have another contractor that's going to take care of it. If we could just have a week or 2, I'd finish it for you.
Okay.
And I would like to ask the inspector a question if I could. What we talked about with the contractor was taking all that gravel and pushing it into a straight driveway area with some borders and put sod in the front.
Right.
The last tenant that we had just kept parking on the grass, so that's what we plan on doing, as long as it's okay with you.
Okay. Does that work for the inspector? Yeah.
Yeah, sure, Your Honor. We're not opposed to an extension.
Okay. All right. 35 days, and we'll suspend the fines during that time.
We appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay,
Just
fine.
maybe talk to the inspector at the back about your question.
Yeah,
Thank you.
just to make sure.
Thank
that
you, Your
know
Honor.
what you're doing.
Our next case, page 89. Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 24100588, case address 3200 South Andrews Avenue, owner Monkey Capital LLC. This case was first heard 8/29/24 to comply by 1/30/25. One suspension from 4/24/25 to 7/24/25. One section not complied at $200 per day. Fine starts 7/25/25, and this is in order to reappear.
Inspector Rafael Santos for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 24100588. The address is 3200 South Andrews Avenue. Case was first heard on February 27th, 2025, where the magistrate found for the city, giving 56 days for compliance. Case was heard again on April 24th, 2025, where the magistrate gave 91 days with an order to reappear. An inspection was conducted on July 22nd, 2025, and found that the violation remains. The city is requesting the full imposition of fine.
Please state your name for the record.
Ariel Ressler.
Okay. You've gotten some extensions, and you still have one thing left to do. Why is it not done?
Well, we have been in contact with some of the people from the city, trying to find a permanent solution. We spoke last time about the grass. To install grass there, it was not going to be a solution because cars were parking there all of the time. The landlord, yesterday, we had our last email back and forward with Mr. Barrera, and the landlord told me to come and explain that we're going to install the grass. We asked for an extension, about 60 days, and we hope we don't know if that's going to be permanent. Cars going to still be parking there.
Well,
trailers.
they can't. You know, they can't. I mean, the property owner has got to take control of the property, and people shouldn't be parking where they're not supposed to be parking.
Yeah, we have, but we don't have control overnight. We don't have control. I mean, it's difficult, but
City position on any further extensions?
We wouldn't be opposed if they're going to be putting down sod.
Okay.
That would be okay.
All right. I'll give a 35-day extension and suspend the fines during that time. And you need to, if you're unsure of what to do, you need to get with the inspector and find out and get it done by that time, within those 35 days, or fines will continue to accrue.
okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Can I talk?
Our next case, page 91. Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 2412-0464, case address 1496 Southwest 28th Avenue, owner Charles W. Grogan Revocable Trust. This case was first heard 4/24/25 to comply by 7/24/25. Two sections not complied at $50 per day. Fines start 7/25/25, and this is a request for extension.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 241-20464 for the property located at 1496 Southwest 28th Avenue. The case was first heard on April 24th, 2025, where Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 91 days to comply or $50 per day for each violation thereafter until compliance is met. As a pre-hearing inspection conducted on July 18th, 2025, violations 9-305B and 9-306 are not in compliance. The owner is here to request an extension.
Please state your name for the record.
Kim Grogan.
Okay, and how much of an extension do you want, and for what reason?
We are looking for a 90-day inspection. My mother-in-law passed away, and we were not aware of all of these issues and the violations until we started going through everything in her house. We've already hired a roofing company. We've signed a contract, put the deposit down. The fascia cannot be replaced. We had to have a structural engineer come out. They're going to redo the entire roof. We have a well company. Apparently there was a well in the backyard that they were able to repair, and they're running sprinklers today to the front yard, and we're going to have a company come in and put the sod down so that we can correct the front. I'm assuming the roofers have been a little bit slow. We've been working with them for a couple of months. They originally requested a permit, but apparently because the roof was so bad, they had to come back and request a new permit for the entire structural engineering that has to be done.
Okay. Any objection to further extension?
The city is not opposed to grant the extension.
Okay. Do you want another order to reappear?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to give you 63 days and an order to reappear, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So if it's not completely done, you're going to come back in 63 days and give me a progress report.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay? All right. Thank you.
Our next case, page 50, Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 2505-0696, case address 700 Northwest 10th Terrace, owner Max LLC, posted at property 7725, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Guy Siderman, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 250-50696 for the property located at 700 Northwest 10th Terrace. This property was first inspected on 5/28/2025 and given time to correct for the following violations. 9-276C3 complied. 9-306 complied. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains or missing peeling paint, including but not limited to the exterior wall near the apartment 11. This is a recurring violation per case CE 230-60662. This violation will be presented to Special Magistrate as a finding of fact whether or not it complies prior to the scheduled hearing date. 9-TAC 280B complied. There are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained. The interior ceiling in apartment number 12 had yellowish marks or stains, both bedrooms and in the kitchen area. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 230-60662. This violation will be presented to the special magistrate as finding of fact whether or not it complies prior to the scheduled hearing date. 47-TAC 20.20H complied. There are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. The parking facility is in disrepair with cracks, stains, dark marks, faded parking lines, and the wheel stops with dark marks as well. This is a recurring violation per case CE 230-60662. This violation will be presented to the special magistrate as a finding of fact whether or not it complies prior to the scheduled hearing date. 9-TAC 280H1 complied. 9-TAC 305 complied, 9-TAC 305B complied. The landscape of this property is not being well maintained in a neat and well kept appearance. There are areas of dead or missing ground cover. This is a reoccurring violation as per case CE 230-60662. This violation will be presented to the special magistrate as a finding of fact whether or not it complies prior to the scheduled hearing date. The city is requesting a finding of fact for violations 9-TAC 306, 9-TAC 280B, 47-TAC 20.20H, 9-TAC 305B. I would like to submit my case and file and photos for the court. Thank you.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Goran Dragoslovic.
Okay, you know the drill.
I know.
We have several recurring violations here. So what that means is that I'm not going to fine you today, but if it happens again, then you will be fined. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do, and I punished myself. I went and put a bunch of new closure plans. I made the property even much better. I went out and spent a lot of money just to make it even prettier.
Okay. Well, we appreciate the efforts.
I did.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Our next case, page 40. Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 2504-0634, case address 1125 Northwest 2nd Street, numbers 1 through 4. Owner Lumax USA LLC, posted at property 71125, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Good morning, Vanessa Willis, City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 2504-0634 for the property located at 1125 Northwest 2nd Street. The property was first inspected on April 27, 2025, and given time to correct for the following violations. Violation 47-19.4.B.1, complied. Violation 9-276, parentheses C, parentheses 1, there are walkways that are faded, discolored, and deteriorated, including the parking surfaces. Violation 24-7, parentheses B, complied. Violation 9-306, complied. Violation 9-305, parentheses B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Violation 18-12, parentheses A, complied. As of the pre-hearing inspection on July 23, 2025, violations 9-276, parentheses C, parentheses 1, and 9-305, parentheses B, remain in violation as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days to comply and a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter.
Okay. Please state your name again for the
Goran
record.
Dragoslovic again.
Okay.
Inspector can tell you somebody's dumping in the alley. I didn't just clean my part of the alley. I cleaned the neighbors. I cleaned everything the same day.
Are you willing to bring the rest of the property into compliance within 35 days?
Yes, 100%.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
I have one more.
Our next case, page 35, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 2501-0869, case address 2361 Northwest 13th Court, owner Community 8 Properties LLC, posted at property 71125, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Good morning, Vanessa Willis, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Following violations. Violation 18-12, parentheses A, complied. Violation 9-363, withdrawn. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. Violation 9-305, parentheses B, complied. Violation 24-27, parentheses B, complied. As of the pre-hearing inspection conducted on July 19, 2025, the violations remain in non-compliance, well, the violation 9-306, and the city is requesting 35 days to comply and $100 per day thereafter for violation 9-306. And let me also say that, as I discussed with you, Mr. Gorin, that it's just the fascia that needs to be replaced. They painted over it, but there's actually deterioration. As she flips through the pictures, you have a better picture where you can see that the fascia and some of the soffits are deteriorated, and so they just need to be replaced and then painted.
Okay, please state your name.
Gordon Dragosto, it will be done today.
Okay, all right. 35 days or $100 a day thereafter.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
It was nice to work
you.
with Vanessa. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Our next case, page 81, Inspector Mohammed Dayam, case number CE 2411-0412, case address 2401 Southwest 17th Avenue, owner Arboreal Real Properties Corp. This case was first heard 3/27/25 to comply by 4/24/25 and 6/26/25. One section not complied at $100 per day, $2,800 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning. This is Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 2411-0412 for property located at 2401 Southwest 17th Ave. The case was first heard on March 27, 2025 by Special Magistrate Flynn. The magistrate granted 91 days extension to comply for violation 9-305B or a fine of $100 per day thereafter. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on July 19, 2025. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting full imposition of fines in total of $2,800 and for fines to continue to accrue.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
My name is Christopher Langan.
Okay, why has this not been completed yet?
As far as I know, and when I met with the inspector, we have one thing still to do, which is the sod, planting the grass. And part of the problem was he kept saying in this picture that there's gravel in the right-of-way, and I assumed he wanted us to pave this part. But we can't pave it because the code doesn't allow us to pave there. So when I met with him, we agreed that we were going to plant sod there, which I have asked for quotes for and in other spots. But when he was there also, he said that there's an asphalt pad at the back of the picture there that has to be removed, which it's fortunate that I met with him because that's not in the previous order.
Yeah, that's not in front of me today.
Right. So I need to remove that, which is going to ruin the sod. So I've got a guy going to do both jobs at the same time. So I would like more time. On the other items,
How much time do you think you need?
60 days, please.
Any opposition to
Yes, sir.
63 days? And I'll suspend the fines during that time.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye. Thanks.
Next case, also page 81, Inspector Mohammed Dayam, case number CE 2501-0648, case address 1000 Southwest 26th Street, owner Ecar LLC. This case was first heard 4/8/25 to comply by 4/23/25 and 5/13/25. Two sections not complied at $150 per day, $24,600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
This is Mohammed Daim, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 25010648 for property located at 1000 Southwest 26th Street. The case was first heard on April 8, 2025 by Special Magistrate Cannon. The magistrate granted 15 days extension to comply for violation 18-12A and 35 days to comply for violation 9-280H1, or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on July 23, 2025, and the property remains in violation. The city is requesting full imposition of fines in total of $24,600, and for fines to continue to accrue.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Daniel Cremades.
Okay. Why aren't we making any progress here? I gave you extensions and...
In last April, we cleaned all the grass in the property. We cleaned all the trash. And since that, we have been sending different companies to clean the property. But some people from outside of our property threw trash every week. So we have to send a company every week to clean the setback. Also, we hire an architect and a structural engineer. They create a set of drawings and calculations on April. We apply on June for the building department. We get an early start permit, but we are still waiting for the approval of the building department so we can repair completely the wall. So that process is on the city right now. We hire already a GC, general contractor. As soon as the city will give us the permit, in a week, we will repair all the wall as requested by the inspector. And in terms of cleaning, we are going to change from every 2 weeks to every week because people, see, this is a wall, a very narrow road. People pass by and throw trash, so we have to be every week cleaning that.
You have to be diligent about it, yes.
We have been in communication with the inspector. He has been very open. And we sent some pictures of the different times that we have been cutting the grass, but still we have to increase that frequency. And in terms of the wall, as soon as we got the permit, we will immediately repair and call to inspector.
Okay. Any objection to an additional extension?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. How long do you think you need?
So this is the third revision that the city sent to us. I hope we should get this in 2 weeks, the permit, 3 weeks, and then 1 week to build.
All right. I'll give you 35 days and suspend the fines during that time.
Just for the record, you need to clean the right of way and inside the property. Every time I show up, it's either trash on the swale or trash inside, so you have to clean both.
Okay.
Has to be.
I'll increase every week somebody to pass by and clean the right of way because, as I said, it's people from outside, so we have to be, and we don't live there, so we have to send somebody every week. We will increase.
All right, 35 days, fines are suspended. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Our next case, page 3, Inspector Bernstein Seinberg, case number CE 24100694, case address Southwest 19th Street, owner SHM LMC LLC. This was posted at the property on 7/10/25 and posted at 1 East Broward on 7/11/25.
Good morning, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, Inspector Bernstein presenting case CE 24100694. Property located at Southwest 19th Street, which belonged to the marina. This property was inspected on April 2025, and the following violation was observed: 9-305A. There is growth of landscape materials of leaves encroaching the public right-of-way along Southwest 19th Street. Pre-hearing inspection revealed the violation remains. The city is requesting 35 days or a fine of $100 per day. Your Honor, I have landscape department here to kind of give you an insight regarding the.
Do I have a property owner?
At the moment, the property owner was unable to get the power of attorney signed, so he would not speak. But we just wanted to read the case in, so he has an understanding of what he needs to do.
Okay.
So this is an area where there is mangroves, and it's encroaching with the trees and leaves, encroaching into the public right-of-way. So we receive a complaint regarding of vehicles if they're on the right side or moving towards the inside lane so they don't hit the trees. So we told the marina, and they are aware, but because this is an invasive mangrove or protected, they have to go through other issues to get it trimmed up. So they stated that they're not able to at the moment because of the cost and the process they have to go through. I just want the landscaping department to kind of explain to you if it's possible for them to trim it, even though they're the owner of that property. And to give you a little more insight, the city attorney of Florida are trying to own that property, and they are in contact with the marina to get approval submitted, send it to the commission to get it approved so they can take over that property and eventually start maintaining it. But at the moment, the marina is still responsible and they have to maintain it. So I'm just going to let the landscape department kind of give you the reason why they are able to trim it at the moment, even though they're not officially giving the property back to the city.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Robert Fisk with the Landscape Department. I'm ISA arborist. No matter what entity has to trim it, anytime there's mangroves present, it goes through the Florida Department of Environmental Protection.
Right.
And the local governing body is the Broward County Aquatics and Wetlands. And I'm not sure of the permitting going through Broward County, but the city of Fort Lauderdale does not require any permits to trim trees. To remove trees, yes. To trim trees, no. But because there's mangroves present, even if you're not trimming mangroves, you need to have some specialized person in there, an arborist that specializes in mangrove restoration and trimming, that can go in there to know that what is mangroves, what's not mangroves, so they can identify the species. But everything's controlled right now through the Broward County Aquatics and Wetlands Division.
Okay. And is 35 days adequate for them to get that process completed?
I'm not sure of Broward County's process. If it was going through the city, it would be plenty of time. Broward County, I'm not sure of their process the time frame that they would take.
Okay. All right. Then what I'm going to do is I'll grant the 35 days or $100 a day thereafter. And if the owner is here, I would suggest that you investigate this, figure out what you need to do, and if you need more time, then you can request an extension by keeping in touch with the inspector. So 35 days or $100 a day, and make sure you keep in touch with the inspector to request further extension if you need it to go through the Broward County process. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 90. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 2412-0189, case address 1500 Southeast 12th Street, number 2A. Owner, Douglas C. Marty. This case was first heard 3/27/25 to comply by 7/24/25. One section not complied, $100 per day. Fine starts 7/25/25, and this is a request for extension.
Good morning, Special Magistrate Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address as read. This case first came before Special Magistrate on March 27, 2025, where evidence was presented and Magistrate found for the City. These violations were first cited on December 13, 2024. So far, 9 inspections have been made to the property. There have been conversations by phone and in person with the property owner and representative. During these conversations, the status of the violation and corrective actions were discussed. We have the representative of the property owner here with us today. I'm going to ask for an extension.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Stephanie Toothaker on behalf of Doug and Dougie Marty, and I want to thank Officer Caracas. We've been trying to work with the city. 2 of the items that are on your agenda were actually already complied. The one that's remaining is scheduled. It needs to come into compliance. It requires a waiver from the city of Fort Lauderdale. It's scheduled for the Marine Advisory Board. It was originally scheduled in July. That was canceled by the Marine Advisory Board. Then it was scheduled in August. The Marine Advisory Board canceled their hearing. So it's now scheduled for the September Marine Advisory Board hearing, and it will go to commission in October. As a result, we're asking for a 118-day extension.
118 days. Okay, I was on the wrong page, excuse me. Okay. All right, any objection from the city?
No, ma'am, I think it's reasonable. Again, the city has been, or the Marine Advisory has been postponing their scheduled meetings. So yes, the city does not see any reason not giving the 118 days.
Okay, 118 days, and we'll suspend the fines during that time.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 86. Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number CE 2406-0149, case address 3645 Southwest 22nd Street, owner 3645 Southwest 22nd Street Land Trust. This case was first heard 8/29/24 to comply by 9/8/24 and 9/26/24. 2 suspensions noted on the agenda. 3 sections not complied at $100 per day for a total of $31,500. 4 sections complied at $100 per day for a total of $31,600. $63,100 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Bernstein Sambert, City of Lauderdale, Senior Court Officer, presenting case CE 2406-0149 for the property located at 3645 Southwest 22nd Street. As of today, all violations are in compliance. The city is requesting a full imposition. Your Honor, just to kind of give you a background on this property, the owner had passed away. He went to probate. Probate attorney took over. Family got ownership, and then they started working right away. And I believe they sold the property, and they started working right away. And then they've been getting extension, and they went through the permitting process. So as of today, all violations are in compliance.
Okay.
The city is requesting full imposition, but that was the story.
Okay, so the entire property is in compliance?
Correct.
Okay.
The entire property.
All right, and this is, please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Jared Gassman for the previous owners of the property, the Groom,
Okay.
Stephen Michael Groom's estate.
Okay, all right. And so explain to me why it took so long and, what you have to say to mitigate the fines that have accrued.
No problem. The decedent had a myriad of health issues, and throughout that time, the property was deteriorating. He couldn't manage it. He passed away. He had to be physically removed from the house. It was that bad. And essentially then what happened was there was a dispute amongst the siblings as to the validity of a will that eliminated 2 of the siblings in favor of my client.
Okay.
We went through a bunch of hearings. It took me almost 6 or 8 months to get to the point where my client was appointed as a personal representative. We were able to get the process moving at that point. An investor came in that said that they'd like to purchase the property and make the required, bring it up to code. They did that. They encountered a myriad of issues when they were making their attempts, be it permitting issues, like for instance with the pool recently. The pool company filled in the pool, but then they broke some of the city sidewalk that they had to send. So it was just a delay. You hear it all the time, I'm sure, every single person that comes up here.
Was funds escrowed
Yes.
upon sale
Yes.
to pay the fine?
Yes, and we're requesting that based on, the complexity of the issues and our eventual success here, that we, an 80 to 90% reduction in the fines for my client.
Okay. All right, I will reduce the fines to $12,000.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Bye,
Thank you.
Our next case, page 27. Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 2504-0184, case address 1819 North Federal Highway, owner Castrani Inc., posted at property 7725, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Okay, just give me 1 minute. This wasn't it. Yeah, why didn't we hear this one? We heard this one, but we didn't hear this one. No, we didn't. But isn't it the same? No. Okay, all right, that's what was confusing me, all right. So what page are we on now? 27, thank you, sorry about that. Okay, I'm back. 27. Yes.
Oh, I thought that was, okay. 1819 is complied. We have two. The other one I do have, yes. Inspector Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The case that was just read in, all violations are complied.
Okay. Next case.
Next case, page 28, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 2506-0425, case address 1819 North Federal Highway, owner Castrani Inc., posted at property 7725, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Presenting case that was just read and addressed. This property was first inspected on June 18th, 2025, and the following violations is 18-12A. The overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris surrounding this property and or its swale. This is a recurring violation. Previous case number is CE 250-40184. A pre-hearing inspection was done on July 23rd, 2025. The property is in compliance. The city is requesting a finding of fact.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Christy Armada on behalf of the owner, Castroni Inc.
Okay. The case is complied, but it's a recurring violation, so the city's asking me for a finding of fact that the violation in fact exists, which I'm going to grant, which means I will not fine today, but if it happens again, it will be fined.
I understand, Your Honor. My only concern was the second case with the same with the same cited violation, the overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris, was dated the same day as the previous case. So I understand that there are two cases, and the argument is that this is reoccurring, but my concern is that those notices are dated the same date.
Mm-hmm.
And can we identify this as a recurring violation if the notices are being sent simultaneously?
So the property was, there was a complaint for the property. The property was addressed. The code was, it was written up. Then another complaint came through to the property, and so I had to go back. So the property was complied, but then the violation happened again. If we want to, we can go in the back, and I can show you the pictures and the dates, so if you want clarification on what happened, ma'am.
No, I understand, and there's no question that there was trash and debris and that it was cleaned up and that we came into compliance. My concern is more procedurally. I want to protect the client as best as possible so that they're not subject to additional fines on a recurring violation.
Special Magistrate.
Yes.
Supervisor Lord. So the first case, if I'm understanding you correctly, the CE 25040-184, that case is from April.
I received two notices of violation, both dated June 30th.
The second case is from June.
My office was delivered two notices of violation. The first ending in 0425, the second case number ending in 0184. Both of those notices of violation are dated June 30th.
That's because they both were scheduled for today's hearing. But the case number, the 06 on the 0425 indicates that the case is from June, and the 04 on the 0184 indicates that the case is from April.
was a notice of violation sent to my client on the overgrowth, trash, and rubbish
For both cases.
before June 30th?
No.
And be advised, every time there's a violation for the property, we post on the property. So whoever's working that day should have notified the individual about those violations. And I was in contact with the property manager, Taj, at all times, so he knew about both violations.
Okay, again, my only concern is there the possibility that what was communicated was that these were duplicative because it's the same identified violation and these are dated so close in
The
date?
first violation was in April and the second violation was in June. It was posted on the property, so there are two separate violations. If they didn't clear it up in the meantime, that's not the inspector's fault. I can understand your confusion with the notice that went to you that was dated the same date, but the notice of hearing is different from when they find the violation.
That is correct, ma'am.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Did you want to say something
No,
else?
so I'm
Am I
saying,
correct?
is this the inspection report though? The inspection report. One more. Okay, so this is the inspection report that was posted. I think it says June 18th is the timestamp. So that's your separation right there. It's two separate cases.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 85, Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number CE 2403-0623, case address 1620 West State Road 84, owner William C. Morris Post, in care of American Legion, Inc. This case was first heard 8/29/24 to comply by 1/30/25. Two suspensions noted on the agenda. One section not complied at $100 per day, $9,700 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Senior Inspector Bernstein Sambert presenting case. Is this case in with a 2-3? CE 2403-0623, property located at 1620 West State Road 84. This case was last heard on March 27, 2025, where a 63-day extension was granted. The following violation remain: 47-34.1.8.1. There is illegal land use occurring at this B2 zone property. There are food truck businesses operating without the required stationary mobile business tax receipt. There are chairs and tables being used for business purposes which are prohibited accessories for mobile food trucks. The following food trucks does not have a BTR for the city of Lauderdale: Shea Carrot Aga, Toro Grill, The French A Touch, AJ Food Trucks, Venezuelan Fast Food, and Horaya Asian Fusion. The only food trucks with a BTR to operate at that property is Jerky's Grill. Pre-hearing conducted on July 23rd revealed a violation remains. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that show violations as depicted. The city is requesting full imposition, but Your Honor, there's been an email going on with the attorney representing the property owner, and he forwarded that email to me today. So the city planning and zoning did approve them to go ahead to start submitting permits for the other food trucks, and they request that we give them an additional extension.
Okay. Please state your name.
Good morning. Andrew Shine, representing the property owner.
Good morning, Counselor.
Good morning.
Okay, so tell me how much time you need, what's going on.
I think we can do the 35 days at this point. So we didn't have business tax receipts. We had submitted for business tax receipts, and the city came back and said that we can't issue the business tax receipts. You have to go through some process. They didn't know what that process was at the time, so we had to come up with the process together. And yesterday they finally said, you guys don't have to actually go through a process. You can just get your business tax receipts. So
Okay.
I think we're good to go now. 35
All right.
days should
All right,
be okay.
35 days, and we'll suspend the fines during that time. And can we read in the next case?
Next case, Inspector Bernstein Sainbert, case number CE 2403-0628, case address 1620 West State Road 84, owner William C. Morris Post, number 36, American Legion, Inc. This case was first heard 9/26/24 to comply by 1/30/25. 2 suspensions noted on the agenda. 1 section not complied at $100 per day, $9,700 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Bernstein Sandberg, City of Fort Lauderdale, Senior Court Officer, presenting case CE 24030628, property located at 1620 State Road 84. Case was last heard on March 27, 2025. 63 days extension was granted. The following violation remained: 4734.1.8.1. There is illegal land use occurring at this B2 zone property. There are multiple food truck businesses operating without the required stationary mobile business tax receipt. There are chairs and tables being used for the purpose which are prohibited accessories for mobile food trucks. The following food truck does not have BTR with the City of Fort Lauderdale: Shea, Care, Agat, Toro Grill, French A Touch, Asia Food Trucks, Venezuelan Fast Food, and Haraya Asian Fusion. The only food truck with a BTR to operate is Jerky's Grill. The city would like to grant an extension of 35 days.
Okay, please state your name again for the record.
Good morning, Andrew Shine, representing the property owner. Same fact pattern, 35 days is fine.
Okay, 35 days, and we'll suspend the fines.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
Our next case, page 63, Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 24110316, case address 1501 Northwest 16th Lane, owner FKHSFR MLP, in care of First Key Homes LLC, posted at property 7325, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Officer Xantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement. Case number CE 2411-0316, property address 1501 Northwest 16th Lane. This property was first inspected in November 13, 2024, and the following violations were observed. Violation 47-34.1.8.1 is complied. Violation 18-4C is complied. Violation 18-12A. There's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris at this property and its well. Violation 9-280B is complied. Violation 9-306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia boards, are stained and dirty. There are areas of the exterior that have stained and missing peeling paints. Violation 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in the neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. That includes on the right-of-way. Violation 9-304B. The asphalt driveway is in disrepair. There's cracks, holes on the driveway, and the blacktop is faded. Violation 9-363 is actually in compliance. A notice of hearing was posted on property on July 3rd, 2025, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on July 23rd, 2025, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 10 days for violation 18-12A, or a fine of $100 for each day thereafter. City is requesting 35 days for violation 9-306, or a fine of $100 for each day thereafter. 35 days for violation 9-305B, or a fine of $100 for each day thereafter. 35 days for violation 9-304B, or a fine of $100 for each day thereafter.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Virginia Costa here on behalf of the property owner.
Okay, and is your client in agreement to bring the property into compliance within the time limits requested by the city?
We would request an additional 30 days. I understand that the inspector agrees to 35 days. We would like an additional 30 days to ensure full compliance without further complications.
Sure, Your Honor. City will not oppose to extension. We will not be opposing to a 63 days extension.
Okay, what about for the trash rubbish?
The trash and rubbish will remain at 10 days.
Yeah. Trash and rubbish has to be picked up within 10 days and 63 days for the remaining violations, or $100 a day thereafter.
Very good. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bovary, you have another case? Our next case, page 66. Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 25010297, case address 1530 Northwest 12th Court, owner Leonard Jefferson and Shanteria Long Jefferson, posted at property 71025, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Again, good morning, Your Honor. Officer Exantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement. Case number CE 25010297, property address 1530 Northwest 12th Court. The property was first inspected in January 11, 2025, and the following violation were observed. Violation 9-306 is complied. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and welcome appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. That includes on the right-of-way. Violation 9-304B is complied. A notice of hearing was posted on property in July 10th, 2025, and the pre-hearing inspection was conducted July 23rd, 2025, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city will request 118 days to start, as property owner is looking to do some work on the property, and permit has been applied for. Have been issued and applied for. At this time, property owner is here. I'm gonna let him speak at this time.
118 days, what the fine will be after that?
118 days or fine of $50 for each day thereafter.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Bernard Jefferson.
Okay, sir, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 118 days or face a fine of $50 a day?
Yes and no, because construction don't work. Construction don't work the way that you think it works.
All right.
When you got permits, you got to do one. First, the demolition goes on, and we got to bring heavy equipment in to tear down the front of the house
Okay,
and tear the back.
I get that. Why don't we start with 118 days?
All right, all
and
right.
then, do you want a notice to reappear?
Sure, most
Okay.
definitely, yes.
And then in 118 days, you'll come back in November, and if it's not done, you'll give me a progress report, and we'll try and work with you.
All right.
All
Thank
right,
you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 82, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 24080790, case address 1119 Northwest 16th Street, owner Belvy Sainville. This case was first heard 4/24/25 to comply by 5/4/25 and 6/26/25. Two sections complied at $100 per day for a total of $6,600, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning again, Your Magistrate. Officer Exantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement. Case number CE 24080790, property address 1119 Northwest 16th Street. This case was first heard in April 24, 2025, and the magistrate ruled in favor of the city. Property owner was ordered 10 days to correct the violation 18-12A and 18-1, and the 63 days for all other remaining violations. At this time, all violations are in compliance. The city is requesting all fines to be imposed.
Please state your name for the record.
Belvy Sainville.
Okay, looks like you got the hard stuff done, but the easier stuff was out of compliance for 33 days. Why?
For the grass.
One is for overgrowth, trash, and rubbish, which normally we give 10 days to do, and the other is for removing mattress and boxes and refrigerators, etc.
Yeah, I think most of them was moved, but for the grass, especially when I put a lot of trash out, that was on the grass when the bull truck come in and picked them up and then messed up the grass again. and I figured out I cannot call him, the inspector to come see it. I buy another pallet of grass and then to put on the property, and for the trash, and then I was there moving them myself, and then make sure that everything. But it was not little negligence of my family member that put some stuff, but I come back and then clean everything up.
Okay. I will reduce the fine to $1,200.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our next case, page 12, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 25030213, case address 142 Southwest 21st Way, owner Olegay Smith and Sarah Kim Smith, posted at property 62125, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 250-30213 for the property located at 142 Southwest 21st Way. The property was first inspected on March 8th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A, complied. 9-280H1, complied. 9-305A, complied. 9-304A, complied. 18-4C, complied. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and swale area. As of pre-hearing inspection on July 23, 2025, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting 35 days to come into compliance of Section 9-305B, or a fine of $50 per day thereafter until compliance is met.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Matthias Smith.
All right, it looks like you got most of this done. Are you in agreement to bring the rest of the property into compliance within 35 days?
Yeah, so we started working on it recently, like within the last maybe week and a half, to do that last final thing. There was a lot of work that had to be done, and so we did get that done. So we've recently, since these, we put new soil down, and we did some grass seed and stuff like that, and then we plan to continue to do that, but it does take time, for the grass seeds to hold and stuff like that.
All right, well, I'll give you 35 days, and if you run into a problem, contact the inspector and request an extension, okay?
Okay.
All right.
So we just needed to put the grass there, because the thing that we're running into is my mom's on a fixed income, so are we. We have a lot of things going on. So we did throw some money at it, but we don't just have money to continue. So, I mean, I think that's the main area right there in the left side. Since then, we've, if you go back, to the left side there, since then we've put tops, because it's sand there, And so in the past, we've done sod, and it just hasn't held. And so we kind of grew tired of having to constantly throw money at the lawn. So since then, within the last few weeks, we have planted grass seed and topsoil. What I don't want to happen is that in 30 days, it's not a definitive response in terms of have we satisfied it or not, and then I have to come back, because I have to take time off and come down here, and with my mom, it's a lot. So I don't want to be in that situation. Is, I guess, the clarity that I was looking for.
All right, I'll give you 63 days or $50 a day thereafter. That's the best I could do. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Our next case, page 42, Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 2410-0655, case address 800 Northwest 15th Avenue, owner Gregory Joseph, posted at property 7725, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Guy Satterman, City of Fort Lauderdale, co-compliance, presenting case CE 241-00655 for the property located at 800 Northwest 15th Avenue. The property was first inspected on 1/21/2025 and given time to correct the following violations. 9-TAC 304 complied, 9-TAC 280H1 non-complied, the fence, 9-TAC 305B non-complied, 1812 non-complied. There is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and or its swell. This is a recurring violation from case CE 230-30319. This case will be presented to the special magistrate whether or not compliance is met prior to the hearing date. 24, tax 7B complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 7/9/2025. The listed violations remain still non-compliant, and the city is requesting compliance within 35 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter for the following violations: 9-TAC 305B, 9-TAC 280H1, and the city is requesting compliance within 10 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter for the following violation: 1812A. The city is requesting a finding of fact for violation 1812A. I would like to submit my case file and photos to the court.
Okay, please state your name for the record. Yeah, no, press it again. When the red light goes on, yeah, you're good now.
Oh, Gregory Joseph.
Okay, all right. Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within the time requested by the city, or face a fine of $50 a day?
I would like some extra time. I am in the process of getting it fixed, but I'm currently not working, and I'm dealing with the VA, so I am kind of going back and forth. The day that I did go over there, I did speak to the inspector about far as some of the situations I'm having in the area. Someone happened to take a TV stand and threw it in front of my house, and I took care of it. Then I had past situations where I had to get physical with someone because they tried to break into the property, and I basically had to grab my tool to drag that person out from the property and wait till the cops get there. So it is an ongoing thing. As far as the grass maintained, I am getting it cut. Well, I did get it cut later that week. The TV stand, unfortunately, I had to throw it inside my property, out, whether it wasn't mine or not, but I had to take care of that. The tree, I got cut up to the certain point right by the power lines, but I couldn't go any further because, well, I don't want to get killed. But what's going to take me time is just getting the grass and
Okay, all
me
right.
going
What
back
I'll
and
do
forth.
then is I will give you, for 1812, which is just to pick up the trash.
Well, that's already done.
Yeah, and overgrowth, I'm going to leave it 10 days. And this is a recurring violation, so if it happens again, unfortunately, you're going to be fined, but not today. And for the remaining two violations, which is the fence and the remaining landscaping, I'll give you 63 days or $50 a day thereafter. Okay?
Okay, thank
All right,
you.
thank you.
All right.
Our next case, Guy, you have another case? Our next case, page 46, Inspector Guy Siderman. Case number CE 25040906. Case address 2201 Northwest 6th Street. Owner West Cistrus Plaza LLC. Posted at property 7925. Posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Guy Satterman, City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE and given time to correct the following violations: 47, TAC 21.9.M, non-complied; 9, TAC 305B, withdrawn; 1812A, non-complied. My pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 7/9/2025, and the listed violations remain non-compliant. The city is requesting compliance within 63 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter for the following violations, and in order to reappear: for 47, TAC 21.9M, and the city is requesting compliance within 10 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter for the following violation, 1812A. I'd like to submit my case and file and photos to the court.
Okay, good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Al Lewis.
Okay, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within the time requested by the city?
No, ma'am, it's not possible.
Okay.
The reason why, would you mind if I have some photos? Can I approach the bench, ma'am,
Sure.
just to show you? Thank you very much. You're welcome to pass those around. Ma'am, what that shows is the city's... You want to go back? Yeah. What that shows is the city's vehicles and a contractor by the name of Luna Construction Company, located at 1001 Northwest 51st Court, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33309, 561-436-3031. Contact person, Mr. Brett. He's a manager in the company. They used my property there as a staging area. I've been up here on this case several times before. They used my property as a staging area, and you will see the photos there where the city vehicle is actually parked there with your code enforcement officer, not Mr. Sider, but I have a very good relationship with him. And they have put sod there, rocks there, big, large, huge iron, whatever you call these things, backhoes, tractors. They even put a bathroom there for the workers to use on my property. When I came up and saw it, I said, oh my God. I said, who's doing this? The contractor told me that he had received permission from the city that gave him permission from the owner to use the property. I said, sir, I am the owner. I said, I am the owner. And so he goes like, well, you have to speak to the city. Now what has happened, they said they never did it. Your city manager wrote a letter to Channel 7, which did a documentary on my property, which the city has literally destroyed. Now, I have that recording right here. It's about a 30-second recording, if you would like to hear it, from Channel 7.
Oh, no, that's all right.
You don't want to hear it? It's fantastic.
No,
because,
I'll take your word for it.
Because while we were in the process of the court hearing, and your city manager denied ever doing that, we're in the process. Guess what happened?
What happened?
They came back out there and did it again. Dumped a whole bunch of rocks out there again and did it again. Now what has happened, your tractors, your backhoes, your dump trucks, everything has embedded the rocks so deep into my soil now. I had a landscaper come out there and I asked, what can I do to get this to grow? He said, now, Luna Construction did come out there and they scraped up the rocks and the sod and stuff from the top of it. But the rocks are embedded so deep in it. He said, Mr. Lewis, only way you're going to grow anything. Now, we're in the process of building now through CRA, which I must thank the city for. We're going to start with the next 4 to 6 weeks. But we're having a little problem now with MEC, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing right now. But in about 4 to 6 weeks, we
So
actually
you plan
start
to build on the property?
Yeah, we're going to build a 2-unit office complex up there. So it's going to be really nice. But now, so the landscaper told me, said, Mr. Lewis, the only way you can get this to grow, even after you build there, we're going to have to rent a backhoe, and we're going to have to go down at least 2 to 3 inches to dig that rock up, put it in a dumpster, and have it hauled away and put new soil down. So I said, well, how much did it run me? He said, about $15,000 to $18,000. Now, mind you, the city has not given me one single penny for what you all have put me through. I have been called up. You must have been in contract out there. I'm just messing with you, Mel. But anyway, not one single penny. In every year, I'm called up here for the same identical thing. Now, this is not Mr. Guy Sideman's fault. This guy is not good. He is great. I even stood there while he wrote me a citation and said, thank you. Now, his supervisor, I don't know. That guy was kind of like a boom. You know, but anyway, here I am. Now, back in the same situation again. So you can give me 90 days or you can give me 90 months. It's not going to grow back. Unless somebody come out there and get a bulldozer and dig it up by 3 months. And I got some pictures here showing now a young lady by the name of Miss Dorian I don't know if she's here today.
Present. Hi.
Oh,
Good morning.
How you doing, Ms. Doran?
How are you?
You asked me if a tractor trailer has been there. I have some pictures for you to see. No, ma'am, a tractor trailer has not been there. That's those residual from those rocks that has been embedded inside my property. I got those pictures from you, and thanks for being so courteous to me.
Good morning, Supervisor Kaloyan, for the city of Fort Lauderdale. So, what he says is true. This was in previous years, of course. And I did speak with the area officer, and I do have some photos. If Guy, could you? That I just want to show you that there is, and per my discussion with Inspector Siderman, there are cars that park continuously on this lot. So you can see the tire tracks in the photos. That being said, I did suggest that maybe a temporary fence be put up, especially if he's going to be doing construction, and that would keep the people from parking there.
Sorry, and we're going to be, when we start, with MEC, the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, that should start within the next 4 to 6 weeks. That should start. So we're going to have to fence it in then.
Right.
But
so
right
what,
now, I just can't get anything to grow there.
What,
I've actually put down, excuse me, we put down sod. Doing the construction, after the violation, they came down and put sod in there. It died in 6 weeks.
what I would suggest is maybe let's give him a long enough extension, maybe with a mandatory reappearance, and we can revisit this after. Hopefully, he'll be in the construction phase at that point.
Okay.
But you can give me 90 days, 90 months, it's still not going to grow.
Yeah. Well, somebody's going to have to solve the growth problem there.
Fort Lauderdale.
And,
Well, Your
you're
Honor, if I could, because he keeps saying Fort Lauderdale. So these pictures that he submitted are from 2017.
Right.
If a contractor, as opposed to the city, was on there, then the answer would have been to make a claim either against this contractor's bond, sue this contractor. That would not involve the city. Certainly, you could have, almost 10 years ago now, made a claim with the city's risk management. So it wouldn't be the city, and I understand you are now working with the CRA, so the city is helping you.
They were working for the city. They were employed by the city.
I understand that, but when third-party contractors are hired by the city, if they do something wrongful, they're the ones responsible, not the city.
Not the city. The city, city can hire somebody, they can do something wrong, and the city has nothing to do with it at all.
Correct.
So a police officer working for the city can go out and do something criminal, and he has no problem at all.
Sure, that's apples and kiwis. That's an employee of the city. I'm talking about third-party contractors.
So
that's
it's my total responsibility to get up all these rocks that this city put down in the bed of my property.
So
my
the city
has become a rock pit.
All right.
My property.
Sir, I'm going to ask you, just when someone else is talking.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry about that.
Please not talk about
Sorry
them.
about that.
It makes a mess of the record.
Yes, it does, ma'am. Yes, it does.
So when it's not the city again. So when contractors come out and do work for the city, as we all know, they do it all over the city. If they destroy swales, if they destroy driveways, which contractors have over the years in terms of their construction, the remedy is to go with their contract. They have insurance, they have construction bonds. So that is the way that you go about seeking redress. If you had made a claim with risk management, they would have referred you and given you the contractor's insurance and bond information. That's what we regularly do when there are third-party, not employees of the city, but third-party contractors, because it's their responsibility to make to remedy the damages that they have caused to private property.
Now, do you understand that if this got legalistically involved, the city would be involved? Do you understand this? That if the city, you're an attorney, I'm quite sure, you know, but if there were legalistic facilities that went into this, the city would definitely be involved because they were employed by the city.
No,
so there's
sir.
not going to be no escape for the city to say, oh, we had nothing to do with it. We just employed them to work. But don't the city, and when the city employs an individual, don't they employ individuals that are liable, that are capable of doing the work correctly?
Sir, I've just explained what the process
Okay, I understand.
is.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with the city at this
Okay,
point.
nothing to do with the city at all.
No, sir.
Okay, so we could if it proceeded with a suit, the city would not be named.
Correct.
Okay, so is there any problem with me giving 140 days? Okay, all right, I'm going to give you 140 days, get the construction process, underway. Hopefully, you can deal with the rock problem while you're doing the construction. And if you feel you're entitled to redress, that's up to you. I can't give you legal advice on that. But ultimately, this is your property, and you're going to have to put it to right, even if you're entitled to reimbursement from a third party, okay? All right, so 140 days or $100 a day thereafter, and I'm going to order you to reappear in December to tell me what's going on with the property. Okay.
Okay, I can guarantee you will not be corrected.
Pardon me?
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
You too. Our next case, page 78, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 2410-0725, case address 833 Southwest 14th Court, numbers 1 and 2, owner Henrietta Markwell. This case was first heard 2/27/25 to comply by 3/9/25 and 5/29/25. Two sections not complied at $200 per day, $22,400 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Inspector Rafael Santos for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Excuse me. Presenting case CE 24100725. The address is 833 Southwest 14th Court. Case was first heard February 27, 2025, where the magistrate found for the city giving 91 days for compliance. An inspection was conducted on May 29, 2025 and July 22, 2025, and found that the violations remain. The city is requesting the full imposition of fine at this time. The property owner is here. This is a duplex. It is unoccupied. Just to give a little bit of history, right next door to her unit, they're building 8 brand new townhomes. So what's happening is, because one of the violations is for the driveway being in disrepair, the contractors, of course, that not being occupied, they're using it, constantly. And then the fence, that's something that she
Okay,
could.
I don't have a driveway in front of me. It's
No,
parking facilities.
Yeah, it's a parking facilities. I'm sorry, yes.
Okay. All right. So is she unable to then fix the property?
No, I believe she is able to. We had discussed just before the hearing of a possibility of giving her 118 days and a stay of fines.
Okay.
And that would give me time as well to speak with the contractors when she hires the parking facilities to be repaired. I can go over and I can speak to them and ask them to please not park there while she's trying to take care of her concern.
They shouldn't be parking there anyway if it's her property.
Correct.
Without her permission. So, okay. All right.
Put orange cones out there to
Yeah.
prevent them.
Yeah. All right. Please state your name for the record.
I'm Henrietta Markwell.
Okay. Are you in agreement with the 118-day extension and a suspension of fines so that you can get the property together and then put your cones out there, okay?
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not ordering you to do that, but they can't park there without your permission, so you may as well.
I had a yesterday guy parking, and I was there, and I say, oh, you cannot park here. Why not? And I say, why you bought a brand new truck when you're working on the, on the lot?
Right,
so you
right.
have to park on the side of where the building is.
Or call the
He
police,
went to
ma'am.
The boss and say, can I park there?
Yeah.
Call
say no.
Ma'am, call the police.
Everybody had parked there. There was a motorcycle there for 15 days, and I had the
All
sign
right.
there. And they said that it was not good anymore.
Okay,
that
as the
sign.
city attorney said, you should just call the police.
Yeah.
Okay? All right.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Our next case, page 37, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 2504-0081, case address 1301 Northwest 2nd Street, owner Irigoyen Gray Revocable Trust, posted at property 71125, posted at 1 East Broward 71125. Gus, are you here? We need a translator, please. Do you swear to translate from Spanish to English and from English to Spanish?
You ready? Ready. Okay. Good morning. Vanessa Willis, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 250-40081 for the property located at 1301 Northwest 2nd Street. Excuse me. The property was cited back on, it's like January 2024, and given time to correct the following violations. As of the pre-hearing inspection conducted on July 23rd, 2025, I'm sorry, the following violations, and I'm speeding, I'm sorry. Ready? Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. There are cracks in the stucco building walls. Fascia and soffits have been plastered with cement, and there are cracks and peeling paint throughout. Violation 47-20.20.(H). There are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property, including but not limited to the cracked, broken, or missing asphalt and weeds growing through gravel sections at this RMM-25 zone property. Violation 47-20.13.F. Is withdrawn. 47-34.1.A.1 complied. And 24-7(B) complied. 18-12.(A), there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swell. There is trash, furniture, and miscellaneous debris throughout the property. Also, there are overgrown hedges, grass, and vegetation throughout. Excuse me. 9-363, failure to register the residential rental dwelling within the city. The free application has not been submitted or is incomplete. As of the pre-hearing inspection conducted on July 23rd, 2025, the violations remain in non-compliance as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 10 days to comply and $100 per day thereafter for violations 18-12(A) and 9-363. 35 days to comply and $100 per day thereafter for violations 9-306 and 47-20.20.(H).
Okay. Can you please ask them to state their names for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Josué Irigoyen.
Okay. Have you explained to them the violations that...
Correcto, sí.
Do they understand what violations, what they need to do?
Sí, correcto.
Are they in agreement with the time requested by the city?
¿Están de acuerdo con el tiempo que le está dando la inspectora para tener las inspecciones hechas en 35 días y 10 días?
Para las de 10 días no tenemos problema porque yo ya hice el registro esta semana, ya se hizo.
He's saying that he has no problem with the 10 days when it comes to 18-12A 9-363 because he already has done the registration.
Okay.
Para la segunda, básicamente tampoco, digamos para la 18-12 no tenemos problema porque de momento no existe nada de basura ni crecido excesivamente el
18-12
pasto.
says there's no problem also because he says that he has complied with the violation. There's no overgrowth and the trash has been removed.
Pero tenemos un problema muy grave que yo quería comentarlo aquí, pedir ayuda a la ciudad.
But I have an issue with that I want to ask assistance from the city.
Porque resulta que ese tipo de violación la hemos tenido constantemente por muchos años, no solo recientemente, sino muchos años. Porque tenemos vecinos que nos dejan su basura en nuestra propiedad constantemente.
Like the mattress that was actually in the picture depicted here, that mattress belonged to the owner or to the neighbor in front of our property.
Desde hace 2 o 3 años atrás hemos tenido que llamar a la policía constantemente para reportar eso y hemos enviado también a la ciudad.
We have been constantly calling the police for the past 2 or 3 years for the same situation and also calling the city about this.
Okay, but if they're in agreement to the 10 days for the last 2, there's the exterior walls and the parking facilities. Are they in agreement with 35 days or $100 a day thereafter?
Sí, digamos que para las de estacionamiento y las paredes sí necesitamos un tiempo largo porque hemos hecho ya estimados y es un costo bastante alto.
Yes, I am requesting more time, especially for 9-306 and 47-20.20.h, because I have asked, I have been getting quotes and it's a little bit expensive, so I do need more time.
Okay.
Por lo menos 180 días si es
At least
posible.
180 days. Señor.
Buenos días, mi nombre es María Elena Gray.
Good morning.
De hecho, las paredes se ven así porque hace poco hicimos un pressure works que desprendió un poco la pintura.
Recently, we've actually pressure washed the property itself or the building. That's why the walls look that way.
Y bueno, estamos en planes de pintarla, pero nos sugirieron esperar un tiempo para que se secaran bien.
Okay, so we were asked to paint the walls, but we were also suggested to wait because of some sort of to have the walls dried up completely.
Y por ejemplo, ese camión que está en la foto de UGEL fue puesto por los vecinos de la calle del frente y nosotros tuvimos que llamar a la compañía para que sea removido.
So I have that issue. For instance, this particular picture from the U-Haul truck, that does not belong to any of my tenants on my property. That belongs to the neighbors, and that's the issue that we've been having with the neighbors, and we called the police about it.
Entonces, inclusive los vecinos de enfrente que botan sus muebles, colchones y eso han obstaculizado el paso de los vehículos de nuestros tenants y han generado conflictos entre ellos. Necesitamos ayuda de la ciudad.
Basically, and also that particular truck and the neighbors across the street have been dumping their stuff and trash into our property, which also creates a conflict with our tenants as well. So we're asking help from the city in regards to these matters.
Y para reparar lo que dicen de afuera de la calle, sí necesitamos un poco de tiempo porque tenemos estimados sumamente altos de ese
and in
costo.
regards to the parking spaces, we do need more time because we have the prices that they're giving us is actually a little bit higher for us at this time.
Okay. All right. Unfortunately, I can't help them with their neighbor problem. You have to go through the police or get legal advice on taking action against them. I can't give you legal advice with regard to that. Okay. And ultimately, under the code, you're responsible even if someone else dumps on your property. Okay. All right. So I'll give them 118 days to complete. Yeah, to complete everything, or $100 a day thereafter.
118 días para completar las violaciones que existen, si no van a
On
ser
through-
$100 por día por las violaciones.
No es
That's-
posible pedir una extensión.
Is it possible to ask for more time?
No, that's the most I'm going to give you. I think that's plenty of time to get it done.
Y hay suficiente tiempo para completar estas dos situaciones.
Ok, ¿podría especificarme en cuanto a la calle qué es específicamente lo que tenemos que
Can you tell me
hacer?
more specifically in regards to the street, what am I supposed to do?
You can meet with the inspector after the hearing, and he'll help you with that. Also, for the last two
Por los últimos dos,
violations, it's 10 days or $100 a day thereafter.
Pero estos ya están, ¿verdad? Ok.
But you're saying that those have been completed, so the 10 days will give the inspector a chance to go out and re-inspect.
la oportunidad al inspector para ir a su propiedad y hablar con ustedes a la misma vez.
Ok. Ok.
Okay,
perfect.
all right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Our next case, page 4, Inspector John Claude
Gus.
Noel, case number CE 2503-0464, case address 795 East Sunrise Boulevard, owner Broward Design Center, Inc., posted at property 71025, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Officer Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case that has just been read in address. This property was first inspected on March 18th, 2025 by Inspector Gail Williams. Violation 24-29A, the dumpster overflowing with boxes and other miscellaneous items. Violation 47-34.1A1, there's illegal land use occurring at this property. There is broken wood and pallets around the dumpster. Violation 47-19.4.D.1. There's a 3-yard dumpster at this business that does not have the required enclosure. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on July 23, 2025. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 10 days to comply with the violation of 24-29A and 47-34.1A.1. and or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter. The city is requesting 35 days to comply with the violation of 47-19.4D.1 or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter.
Hello.
Hi,
Hi, please state your name for the record.
Sky Molyneux.
Okay, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within the time the city's requesting?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that picture was taken the day after we received a container of furniture, and that's a cleanup of the aftermath.
Okay, all right. Okay, so it'll be 10 days for the dumpster overflowing, and if
Yeah.
it's not overflowing
It's
anymore,
overflowing
it'll
because it
just
was-
give him a chance to go out and re-inspect. Okay, and for the broken wood, et cetera, around the dumpster, and then you're going to have to do an enclosure.
Okay, I have a question about the enclosure.
Yes.
I notice I'm the only one here all day about an enclosure on a dumpster, and there's 3 down that street right there with no enclosures. There's 5 within 300 feet of this building. How am I getting picked on? It's been 24 years
Yeah.
of the dumpster right there,
I'll
so I'm
let
just confused.
I'll let the inspector
Yeah.
explain to you what particular properties need the enclosure and what don't. And I can only take it a case-by-case
Yeah.
basis, whatever's in front of me, so.
It just seems like I'm getting harassed by
When the hearing is over,
developer.
sir, I'll talk to you in the back,
Yeah.
and we'll talk specifically about
Okay.
that dumpster and what the resolution is for you.
Okay.
Okay, all right, 35 days or $100 a day. If you run into a problem, permitting, whatever,
Yeah.
make sure you contact the inspector and request an extension.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
All right, thank you.
Next case, page 41, Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 2408-0605, case address 2310 Northwest 9th Place, owner Jeffrey Neil Young, posted at property 7725, posted at 1 East Broward 71125. Is he here? Is there a respondent here for 2310?
Guy Siderman, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 24080-605 for the property located at 2310 Northwest 9th Place. This property was first inspected on 2/12/2025 and given time to correct for the following violations. 18, TAC 4C, complied. 9, TAC 306, complied. Violation 9, TAC 304, non-complied. 9, TAC 304B, complied. 9, TAC 305B, non-complied. My pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 7/9/2025. The listed violations still remain non-compliant. The city is requesting compliance within 35 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter. The following violations, 4 violations: 9 TAC 305B and 9 TAC 304B. I would like
Okay.
to submit my case and file folders for the court.
All right, thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Jeffrey Young.
Okay, Mr. Young, it looks like you made a good start here. Are you in agreement to bring the remainder of the property into compliance within 35 days? It looks like the driveway's left and the landscaping.
Well, the driveway I did. I was told, I guess, where it was eroded on the side, so I filled all that in. He just had a picture of it up. That same.
Okay,
Can I see that picture?
yeah. Okay, yeah, sir, you got to get back by the microphone so we can properly record your testimony.
All right, so when would you be able to meet me there? Because Monday, you say you off on Fridays, and I work Monday through Thursday. And I get off, you be already went home for the evening. Can you come by there today? Because I took the day off in order to be here tomorrow, but you off on Friday.
So I have no problem going there today. That's fine. If you could just text me on my number and I can.
Yes, I'll do that. So when I leave, I'm going back there. So I didn't know I had to extend it. I thought from the sidewalk up to the driveway. That's why I did that area. So I didn't know I had to come on the other side of the driveway.
Okay, all right, appears you're on the same page now, so is 35 days to complete the,
Yeah, I can do that this weekend.
okay,
I can do
all right,
it.
and the landscaping as well? Okay, 35 days or $50 a day thereafter. Thank you very much.
Our next case, page 11, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 2503-0558, case address 1314 Southwest 23rd Avenue, owner Ferdy and Kimberly Mazarekas, posted at property 62125, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Good morning. Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 250-30558 for the property located at 1314 Southwest 23rd Avenue. The property was first inspected on March 19, 2025, and the following violation was observed. 47-20.13.G.1. The swale area in front of the property has been altered without first obtaining the proper permits from the City of Fort Lauderdale. The living ground cover has been replaced with gravel. As a pre-hearing inspection on July 18, 2025, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting 63 days to come into compliance of section 47-20.13.G.1 or a fine of $50 per day thereafter until compliance is met.
Okay, just for clarification, does he need to obtain a permit for the gravel, or is the gravel not allowed at all?
Either or. He could try to obtain a permit or remove it and replace it with the living ground cover.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Ferdy Mazariegos.
Okay. Are you in agreement to bring that property into compliance within the next 63 days or face a fine of $50 a day?
I can do it.
Okay.
Just, I would like to explain something. So, since I bought the property last year on March, I have a flooding problem. So I try many times to call the city, and they say they will send an inspector to look at what's happening. So nothing happened until this year. So on February, I was thinking raining season is coming again, so I have to do something. So can I send you a picture? What is the problem that I have?
Does it have to do with the gravel in the swale?
That's the flooding that I have on my house.
That's not in front of me. Just the gravel in the swale is in front of me today.
I did the gravel because of this. So the gravel is protecting me now.
Okay, well, now you have to go and get a permit so the city can approve that. That can't be done without a permit.
I tried to do it. I was in the city. They sent me to the engineer department, and the engineer department told me to go to this app and put it to do yes. And so they were at my house also, and they said the only they can do now is send a pump to take the water away if I need it. So because they say they are busy in other places, so they cannot do nothing. So then I go with Mr. Ramon, and I explain him what they say, and I go back to engineer departments, and they say sorry, but we cannot do nothing now. So what I am just trying to be safe with the water away of my house, and I requesting him why they don't leave it the way it is now, because the gravel is protecting me, until they do something, you know.
Okay, I'm unsure
Because,
if he's applied for a permit and it's been rejected, or where is the process? Where is it in the process?
To my understanding, he spoke with the engineering department, but no permit was applied for.
Okay. Here's the problem. You have to, they may agree with you that gravel can stay there, but you have to apply for a permit first. Okay? So you have to fill out the application. Did you fill out the application for the permit?
No, because they say that I had to speak with Mr. Ramon, and Mr. Ramon said you had to remove it, you know?
No, you have to apply for the permit.
When you spoke with Orlando, did he say he would not permit that
I
with
never
the amount
spoke
of...
with Orlando. I never found him. I was 3 times over there, and I never could have found him, you know? I just spoke with Barbara and Edgar.
Did any of them tell you how to obtain a permit, or why they would not give you the permit?
They just say they cannot do nothing. The last time they just told me, the only people who can help you now is you or you here, you know?
No.
I believe they're not going to approve a permit for the amount of frontage that the swale contains of gravel, for the amount of gravel in the frontage.
So what's he to do?
I would request that he makes an appointment with Orlando so they could discuss it more thoroughly.
Okay. All right. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to grant the 63 days to come into compliance. I need you to make an appointment to see Orlando and straighten it out. If you still have a problem and you can't proceed and there's no solution, then I'll give you an order to reappear in September, and you tell me what's going on, okay?
Can you see the picture just to
I
see
can
what's
see it
happening?
from here. You have a water
Because
problem.
that's a lot, you know. The water
Okay,
goes.
but the process is you have to apply for a permit,
I try it.
and then they.
Special Magistrate, we'll coordinate with him with Orlando
Okay.
afterwards.
All right. Make an appointment with Orlando. The inspectors will coordinate with Orlando, and they'll try to find a solution for you. Okay.
That's all that I want, you know, a solution. For
Okay.
me, that's not a problem. I can remove the gravel,
right.
do grass, whatever. But you know.
Okay. Make an appointment with Orlando as soon as possible because the clock is ticking. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Our next case, page 80, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 2411-0287, case address 941 Southwest 19th Street, Owner, Kyle Meredith. This case was first heard 1/30/25 to comply by 2/9/25, 2/27/25, and 3/27/25. One suspension from 6/10/25 to 6/20/25. Two sections complied at $50 per day for a total of $5,500. $300 was imposed on 1/30/25, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning. This is Mohammed Daim, City of Fort Lauderdale. Code compliance presenting case CE 24110287 for property located at 941 Southwest 19th Street. The case was first heard on January 30th, 2025 by Special Magistrate Flynn. The magistrate granted 56 extension to comply for violations 47-21.15.A.1 and 47-21.16.A, or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on June 11, 2025, and the property is in compliance. The city is requesting full imposition of fines in total of $5,500.
Please state your name for the record.
Kyle Meredith.
Okay. How come it took so long you went beyond the extension I gave you?
I'm sorry?
I gave you an extension. You
Everything was complied with. The hardest part was the trees and the permit for the trees and going back and forth with the city, but everything's been done. It's been done since last time I was here. It's just the last time I was here, he hadn't gone to inspect it yet. It was done. That was June 11th or something like that. I don't know. Everything's complied with. It's been complied with for a long time.
All right. Anything else from the city?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I'll reduce the fine to $950. All right. Thank you.
Our next case, page 8, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 2506-0292, case address 1247 Northwest 3rd Avenue, owner Ralex Properties, Inc., posted at property 71125, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Good morning. Code Officer Malik Jones presented for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case CE 250-60292, for the address of 1247 Northwest 3rd Avenue. This case was first cited on June 12, 2025 for the following violations: 9-305B, complied; 9-363, complied; 25-14, complied; 9-276C1, complied; 9-306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior such as fascia and walls that have stains and or missing peeling paint. This is a recurring violation. See case CE 22-100-274. This case will be presented to Special Magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not violation complies prior to the hearing date. 18-12.A, complied. The city is requesting a finding fact for the recurring violations of 9-306 and 18-12.A.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Hetty Glazer.
Okay. So because of the recurring nature of the two violations on the walls and the overgrowth, trash, and rubbish, the city has asked me to enter a finding of fact that the violation exists. I will not fine you today, but if it happens again, then you will get fined, okay?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Our next case, page 13, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 2504-0338, case address 409 Southwest 25th Avenue, owner Sinclair Frederick, posted at property 62125, posted at 1 East Broward 71125. What are we looking for?
Just press the button down.
Ramon, it's 409 Southwest 25th Avenue.
Okay. There you go.
Thank you. Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 250-40338 for the property located at 409 Southwest 25th Avenue. The property was first inspected on April 11th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and swale area. 9-304B, complied. 18-1, complied. 18-4C, complied. As of pre-hearing inspection on July 23rd, 2025, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting 63 days to come into compliance of sections 9-305B or a fine of $50 a day thereafter until compliance is met.
Please state your name, sir, for the record.
Sinclair Frederick.
Okay. Mr. Frederick, it looks like you've done most everything except for the landscaping. Are you in agreement to bring that part of the violations into compliance within 63 days or face a fine of $50 a day?
Well, I have to obey the law. At the same time, my financial is very, is not up to date. But I'm working with the inspector that I had cleaned out certain area where the weed is, but I'm waiting on the grass to comply with me. And many places I call, they say through the rain, in certain area, the grass is wash out. So I have to wait on them.
Okay.
But at the same time, I'm cleaning out the area that I could plant the grass when I get it.
Okay, all right.
I'm willing.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll give you 63 days or $50 a day thereafter, and if you run into a problem, make sure you contact the inspector.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Our next case, page 80, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 2502-0493, case address 1401 Southwest 20th Street, owner Miguel Maria. This case was first heard 4/24/25 to comply by 5/9/25. One section not complied at $50 per day, $4,000 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, representing case CE 2502-0493 for property located at 1401 Southwest 20th Street. This case was first heard on 4/24/2025. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct violations at this property by 5/09/2025. For violation 15-272A. For violation 15-272A, the property was inspected a total of 8 times since the fines began to accrue on 5/10/2025. The property was not in compliance on the following dates: 5/10, 5/17, 5/24, 5/31, 6/14, 6/21, 7/3, and 7/17. At this time, the violation is not in compliance. The city is requesting the amount of fines to be imposed of $4,000, with the fines to continue to accrue since the property is still not in compliance.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Miguel Maria. I'm the property owner.
Okay, why is the property not in compliance?
Because we're working with the city building department to get a permit that we're still missing due to some comments. I just came from the city earlier today before coming over here, and we got a solution of those comments. So I'm asking to please give us an extension so we can get that resolved. Without getting that resolved, I won't be able to get a license or certificate. What's it called? Certificate, which we used to have before. Before the violations from the building department came along.
Okay. You can comply the case by just taking down your property off the site until you get your ducks in a row.
Yeah, I was aware of that. The inspector told me that this morning.
Yeah.
It's just that it will be, a vacant property with no no income to support.
Okay, and how much time do you think you need to get the property into compliance?
Based on my meetings with the inspector, somewhere around 30 to 60 days, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, but he still should take down his advertisements and stop renting the property until he comes into compliance with the building department.
Yeah, yeah. All right. I'm going to impose the fine, and you're going to have to take down that property and that site until you get it in order to comply the property, and then the fines won't continue to run. Okay.
And also not rent the property, Your Honor, because I believe he admitted he was still renting.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Our next case, page 67, Inspector Bovary-Xantis, case number CE 2501-0459, case address 1601 Northwest 10th Place, owner World Harvest Community Church of God, Inc., posted at property 71025, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Officer Xensis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement. Case number CE 2501-0459, property address 1601 Northwest 10th Place. This property was first inspected in January 11th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. Violation 25-7 is complied. Violation 47-22.9 signs have been erected without the required permit from the City of Fort Lauderdale. Violation 9-306 is complied. Violation 9-304 is complied. 9-304B is complied. Violation 9-280H1 is complied. Violation 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. A notice of hearing was posted on the property on July 10, 2025. And the pre-hearing inspection was conducted July 23, 2025. The city is requesting 35 days for violation 47-22.9 which is for the signs or fine of $50 for each day thereafter, and 35 days for violation 9-305B.
I have that complied on my docket.
I'm sorry?
I have that listed as complied on my docket.
Which one? Which?
305B.
305B is not in compliance. That must have been a mistake.
Okay. And so 35 for that one as well?
Yes, so 35 days for violation 9-305B or fine of $50 for each day thereafter.
Okay. Sir, please state your name for the record.
How are you doing? I'm Ryan Johnson. I'm the pastor of the church.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Yes, it looks like you've done a lot of the work. We just need you to do two more things. Get that permit for your sign.
Yeah.
And finish the landscaping. Can you do that within 35 days for me?
So the landscaping has been done. We've put new soil in different areas. We've also did topsoil. We've done seeds. What's happening on the outside now is people keep parking there. They keep driving and they keep going off on the side. So we are of course, we're a 501c3, and our money is spent majority helping out the community with food and doing different things to that degree. So it's kind of hard to keep putting money into that, even though we keep doing it, if that makes any sense. So we understand the responsibility of being a property owner and getting that, but it's a bit hard to keep doing that.
I understand that. Unfortunately, the way the code reads, you still are responsible.
Absolutely.
So, if you want to, I can't give you legal advice, but there are avenues you could go to try to, do different things in that area. But as long as you're letting people park there, you're going to have this problem.
Well, the problem, and if I may say, if I may speak as well, we're not letting people park there. This is people if he knows the problems are more on the outside. This is people in the neighborhood that are doing this. So that is the challenge that we're having. And as a church, we're there in certain time frames, but whether calling police, doing all of that, we're doing all the necessary things as a church that we ought to do. And this is happening week by week. We even have a piece of land that we clear it week by week. They still dump, they still do things, and that's the problem we're having right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, even though I know you do good work there and all of that, I don't have the authority to just waive the law
Absolutely,
for you.
absolutely,
So you're going to have to find a solution to the problem.
And who to find the solution? Who would I go to? Who would I speak to?
Excuse
What
me, I'm
direction?
sorry. Excuse me.
Oh, sorry about that.
No problem. Good morning.
Good morning.
Supervisor Kaloyan, I'll speak with you in the back,
Oh,
and
thank you.
I'll give you my card, and we'll discuss that.
Thank you so much. I
You're
appreciate
welcome.
it, man.
All right, so I'll do the 35 days, but if you run into a problem, contact the inspector and request an extension. If you have a solution and you're working towards it, we'll work with you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
You have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 73, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 24120306, case address 1548 Southwest 22nd Avenue, owner Thelma A. Funes. This case was first heard 3/27/25 to comply by 5/29/25. One section complied at $50 per day, $300 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning. Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 241-20306 for the property located at 1548 Southwest 22nd Avenue. This case was first heard on March 27, 2025, where Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 63 days to comply or $50 per day thereafter. Violation 47-21.16.8 complied on June 4th, 2025, and was out of compliance for 6 days. As of June 4th, 2025, the property is in full compliance. The city is requesting full imposition of fines.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Ricky Funes representing my mom, Thelma Signs.
Okay. It looks like you got everything done timely except for getting the permit to remove the palm tree.
Yes, so we ended up calling the permitting department. They ended up telling me to make a profile for Lauderdale. It went through that way. I guess there was a lot of miscommunication. They made me set up another permit with landscaping and then another permit with another department. We got all that situated. My parents ended up getting sick. She ended up getting walking pneumonia. And I had to fly down here from North Carolina to get them all back and situated where they can come in and get the permits signed and notarized by the
Okay, I'm going to waive the fine.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 79, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 2501-0824, case address 2964 Southwest 17th Street, numbers 1 and 2, owner Sarah Garcia and Ruben Jose Gonzalez Garcia. This case was first heard 3/27/25 to comply by 4/11/25. One section not complied at $250 per day. $2,500 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 2501-0824 for property located at 2964 Southwest 17th Street, numbers 1-2. This case was first heard on 3/27/2025. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct violations at this property by 4/11/2025 for violation 15-281A. For violation 15-281A, the property was inspected a total of 10 times since the fines began to accrue on 4/12/2025. The property was not in compliance on the following dates: 4/12, 4/30, 5/10, 5/17, 5/24, 5/31, 6/14, 6/21, 7/3, and 7/17. At this time, the violation is complied. The current fines to be imposed is $2,500. And I have been in contact with the property owner, and we're scheduled to do the vacation rental renewal inspection tomorrow, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Daniela Daramas. I'm actually representing Sarah Garcia and Ruben Gonzalez.
Okay,
property owners.
tell me why it took so long.
So I do this as a favor. I had to fly in from Oklahoma to be able to meet today, and I actually missed the first meeting, which I found out with Mr. Oakes, but I'm completely in compliance right now. The system did change, so there's a little bit of a miscommunication on my part with the whole registration system and how it changed, because it did change before. I used to do an enforcement, and now I have to go through compliance. So it was completely my fault, but I do this as a favor. So we're completely in compliance now. So I was wanting to know if we could please drop all fines that are associated with it, so we can continue with our inspection
Was
tomorrow.
the property continued to be rented during the time of violation?
No. So once we knew that we were in code violation, I completely blocked it off. I think I did miss a couple dates, which is the dates that he mentioned just now, but I had completely blocked it off. I had not accepted
The problem with the vacation rentals is it's not in compliance unless you take it down from the site. Because as long as it's on the site, we can't comply the case.
Right.
So in the future, if this happens and you get a violation and you're going to go over the time limit, you have to take it down from the site.
Completely taken down. I understand now.
Yes, and you can't just pause it the way they do sometimes. You have to completely take it down.
Yes, ma'am. But in the entire time, we did not right now. We're actually staying there right now because since we had to fly in, that's where we stay. So, yeah.
Okay.
But it's completely compliance. We have our trash cans behind, and that's the only violation that we had that we didn't renew in time.
It's not in compliance yet, Your Honor.
Okay, I thought he said it was in compliance.
Yes, I checked yesterday in the... Well, we're doing the vacation rental inspection tomorrow, but the advertisements have been taken down. I checked yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. I'll reduce the fine to $1,200 and, let this be a lesson going forward.
Is there any way you'd be able to remove it completely? Like I said, I do this as a favor. It's my mother-in-law. She doesn't speak English. That's why I'm here representing her. I already spent money flying out here with my kids, everything.
I know, but these vacation rentals are something they're very strict about in the city. And there are rules that you have to follow if you're going to make money this way.
I'm not. Like I said, I repeated. I do this as a favor.
Yeah.
So I'm dropping the ball myself. So I would be coming out of pocket $1,200 for something I don't reap benefits of. It's my mother-in-law, the one that reaps benefits of this. But at the end of the day, I just do this as a favor. So if there's any way I retook time, money, I had to stop off all my businesses. I'm a business owner to come here in front of you to be able to do this. I had to pay a babysitter for my kids to be able to do this. Like, I'm just coming out of pocket left and right for this, and I'm doing it as a favor. So,
anything from the city?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I'll reduce it to $650, and that's it.
Okay, thank you. I greatly
All right.
appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Our next case, page 17, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 2412-0231, case address 131 Florida Avenue, owner Calvin and Lucille K. Sapp, posted at property 63025, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Good morning. Good morning. Inspector Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting KCE 24120231, address 131 Florida Avenue. This property was first inspected on 12/11/2024 by Inspector Moore, and the following violations were discovered. 9-305 parentheses B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-306, The exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that has stains and missing peeling paint. 9-280 parentheses H is complied. 9-304 parentheses B, driveway maintenance, parking on the lawn. There are vehicles, / trailers parked on the grass lawn area. 47-39.8.1.B, parentheses 6, parentheses B, outside storage. There is storage of tires, crates, and miscellaneous items in the open air of this RS67 irregular residential zone property. 9-305 parentheses A is complied. Contact was made with the property owner regarding the cited violations. As of pre-hearing inspection dated 7/23/25, the property remains out of compliance. The city is requesting the following. For violations 9-305B and 9-306, 63 days or $50 per day thereafter. For 9-304, parentheses B, and 47-39.8.1.B, parentheses 6, parentheses B, 10 days or $50 per day thereafter.
Okay. Sir, please state your name for the record.
Calvin Sapp.
Okay, Mr. Sapp, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within the time requested by the city?
I'll probably need a little more time.
Okay. The vehicles and the storage of the tires, et cetera, I think that can be done in the next 10 days.
Sure.
Yeah, okay. And the landscaping and exterior building walls, 63 days seems like an adequate amount of time, but if you run into a problem, you can contact the inspector and request additional time. If you're being diligent, we'll try to work with you.
Okay, because I'm in the process of, I'm going to put a new roof on the whole house.
Okay.
So I'm going to pull in a permit for that. So through the city of Fort Lauderdale.
Okay, all right.
So that would take care of the fascia, and I just pressure cleaned the
How
wall.
much time do you think you need for that?
Probably 60 days.
I just gave you 63.
Oh, okay. Maybe more.
All right. 63 days. If you run into a problem, contact the inspector.
Oh,
Okay.
certainly.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you.
God bless.
Our next case, page 45. Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 2501-0088, case address 1920 Northwest 9th Street, owner Katana 1920 LLC, posted at property 7725, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Guy Siderman, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 250-10088 for the property located at 1920 Northwest 9th Street. The property was first inspected on 3/11/2025 and given time to correct for the following violations. 9-TAC 306, non-complied. 9-TAC 305B, non-complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 5/20/2025. The listed violations still remain non-complied, and the city is requesting compliance within 35 days or a fine of $150 per day thereafter for the following violations: 9-TAC 306 and 9-TAC 305B. I would like to submit my case, file, and photos for the court.
Okay. Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Ronald Lopez.
Okay. Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 35 days or face a fine of $150 a day?
We're in agreement to bring the property to compliance. We're undergoing a comprehensive renovation right now, which includes the doors, windows, roof, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. So we are addressing the facade as as soon as we finish the roof and or the doors and windows, which are in process right now. And then the landscaping is being done as well. So I'd kindly ask for a continuation for 118 days to give you a progress update at that point in time, which should include the facade at that time, and the landscaping is the final part of the process.
Okay. Any objection from the city?
No objection.
Okay. 118 days, and I'll give you an order to reappear on my November docket. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Our next case, page 89, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 24100675, case address 1715 Southeast 10th Street, owner Lynn Levesque, Caskengay, and Raymond Caskengay. This case was first heard 1:30:25 to comply by 3:27:25. One suspension from 3:27:25 to 7:24:25. One section not complied at $50 per day. Fine starts 7:25:25, and this is a request for extension.
Good morning, Special Magistrate Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case and address as read. This case first came to Special Master on January 30th of 2025, where evidence was presented and magistrate found for the city. These violations were first cited October 30th of 2024, and 10 inspections have been done to the property. There have been conversations, I believe in phone and in person, with the property owner and the supervisors. During these conversations, the status of the violations, the corrective actions were discussed. We actually have the property owner with us today, and he's requesting for time to actually have compliance.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. Raymond Castonguay.
Okay. Good morning. Why isn't the property into compliance yet?
My last presence here, March 27th of 2025, I had requested, because of the property, double lot construction right across the street from me is still ongoing. I had requested till October. That was the scheduled end date. It looks like they're pretty much on track for that as well, too. To kind of put you in the context, basically, this is a quarter-mile cul-de-sac with 6 ongoing major renovation construction going on to the property as well, too. I'd love to bring in, the UPS drivers and waste management, see how difficult it is to drive up and down the street. With the construction right across, there's no way. I mean, they're driving. I have videos almost on a daily
How
basis.
much time are you requesting?
At least till October. Then most of that renovation right across the street will be done. We'll deal with the other ones after the fact.
Any objection?
Yeah, no, Magistrate. Actually, everything that he's saying, I concur. There is a construction site of a huge building in front of him. And yes, there's no objection of giving him the 118 days
Okay.
to come into compliance.
Thank you. All right. 118 days, and we'll suspend the fines during that time.
You're very kind. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Our next case, page 56, Inspector Mohammed Dayam, case number CE 2506-0103, case address 2323 Southwest 19th Avenue, owner Palms at River Oaks LLC, posted at property 7/3/25, posted at 1 East Broward 7/11/25.
Good morning, Mohammed Daim, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 2506-0103 for property located at 2323 Southwest 19th Ave. The inspection was conducted in June 4th, 2025, and the following violation was observed. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swale. This is a repeat violation as per case CE 2411-0751. And as such, fines will begin immediately and case will be brought before the magistrate whether or not the property has come into compliance. Your Magistrate, this is the third repeat violation referred to cases CE 24110751, case CE 23070150, and case CE 20071072, with liens recorded on the property and fines totaling $88,100. As for the current case, fine accrued for a total of 15 days from June 4th, 2025 through June 18th, 2025 at $500 a day, which totaled $7,500. The city is requesting full imposition of fines.
Sir, please state your name.
Is it on now? My name is
You're
Robert.
off. No, he's on.
I'm on now. Hi.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Robert Sherman. I am one of the partners of the River Oaks project. Your Honor, this project and this piece we have maintained over the last 2 times. We have it on a schedule. I think the issue here is that we were in full compliance within the time period, but there were some palm fronds that were dropping from the trees. And after we called the inspector and we've worked with him closely, we asked him to come back out and look at it. So the site was all cut. I have pictures that were documented. They've been submitted to the city, but the palm fronds from the trees were on the ground. That's what we're talking about here. We have been working on this property for many years. We've had many problems with access because of the future road and the expansion of the sewer system behind it. And we've been here before. Really would appreciate your assistance here. We do have it on a standard quarterly program. I have pictures to document that. This is a vacant piece of land. I don't know, it's not severely overgrown, but yes, grass has to get cut, and it changes by season. It also changes by when it rains and doesn't rain. So your assistance in helping us, there are lots of dollars we've spent on these fines. Unfortunately, the partner that received these is traveling often. As soon as I receive them, I take care of it immediately. We've worked closely with the city on cleaning it up, so we continue to do it.
Okay. Anything else?
Your Honor, I did inspections on June 4th, 6th, 12th, 13th, 18th, and 19th. The violation existed on these days.
Okay.
He called me on the 18th after they removed the palm fronds. I came on the 19th, and then the case was complied. So for these inspections, I noticed that it was overgrowth on their property.
All right, I'm going to impose the fine. Thank you.
How much is the fine?
$7,500.
Is there any way, since this is a minor violation, that you can help?
It's the repeat nature of the violation that's the problem.
Your Honor,
Not the isolated palm frond.
It is the isolated palm fronds. They drop, and we can't always pick up. It's an acre of land.
But I'm looking at overgrowth that is not just, we didn't mow it this week, you know, and this has happened over and over and over again. All right. Hearing's adjourned. Free to go.
Our next case, page 19. Inspector Rachel Moore, Pat Gavin presenting case number CE 25030817, case address 3210 West Broward Boulevard, owner A&M Investments of America LLC, posted at property 71025, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Good morning. Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Code, Senior Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. This property was first inspected on March 31st and given time to correct for the following violation. 15-28, the barbershop at this location is operating without a current year business tax receipt. On April 20th, the property was re-inspected and the violation remained. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on July 10th, and the violation has still not been brought into compliance. The city is requesting compliance within 63 days or a fine of $150 per day thereafter.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Andrew Daly, Your Honor.
Okay, are you in agreement to get your business tax receipt within the next 63 days to comply the property?
We have applied.
Okay.
It's still processing.
Okay.
So,
to clarify, they cannot be issued a business tax receipt until they have their barbershop license, from the state, which they do not have. That's what's holding them up.
Okay, I understand that, Your Honor, but we get the barbershop license. Mr. Pat is telling me that to get a barber, to apply to barber school, it takes 1 year. And after that year, 2 months you have to apply for a barber's license with the DBPR. And I'm trying to figure out how it ties in with the state license.
Well, those laws are in effect for health and safety of your clientele. So you cannot operate without a license to do what you're doing.
Yes, we have a license. We have licensed barbers at the shop. So, but like, we complied with the tax.
We have requested your license. You've never sent us anything.
Okay, I'm
And
going to
yet-
grant the 63 days. If you have a proper license for the facility, give it to him and he can comply the case if you have your tax receipt, okay?
Thank you. It's
All
right
right,
here.
thank
ma'am.
you.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Our next case, page 55, Inspector Mohammed Dayam, case number CE 25050768, case address 1450 Southwest 33rd Street, owner Michael Edward Hoke, posted at property 62125, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Hello.
Good morning, Mohammed Dayam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 25050768 for property located at 1450 Southwest 33rd Street. The inspection was conducted on May 29, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 47-20.13.G.1, the swale right-of-way area in front of this RD15 zone property has been altered without first obtaining the prior permits from the City of Fort Lauderdale. The living ground cover has been replaced with the gravel. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas on the swale of dead and missing ground cover. 9-280H1, the chain link fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. There are areas of the fence that are broken and missing. The fence appears to be leaning without proper support. There are vines and flora growing on the fence that is causing the fence to be weighted down. 47-34.1.8.1, there is illegal land use occurring at this RD15 zone property. There is outdoor storage of items, including but not limited to furniture, tools, and miscellaneous items. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 2308-1003. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 2308-1003. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its swale, including but not limited to overgrown vegetation and trash near the building and along the fencing. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 2308-1003. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on July 19, 2025. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 30 days to comply for violations 47-20.13.G.1, violation 9-305B, and violation 9-280H1, or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter. 30.
35.
35? The city is requesting 15 days to comply for violation 18-12A, or a fine of $50 per day thereafter, and finding of fact on 9-306 and 47-34.1.8.1.
Okay, is 9-306 in compliance?
It's compliant, finding of fact.
Okay.
47-34.1.8.1 is compliant, finding of fact.
Okay. All right, so you're requesting 35 days just on the first three violations, 47, 305, and 280, right?
Yes.
Okay. The next two violations have been complied. You're just requesting a finding of fact. And the last one, you're requesting 15 days or $50 a day thereafter for overgrowth, trash, etc.
Yes.
All right, please state your name for the record.
Michael Hogue.
Okay, sir. Are you in agreement to bring the remaining property? Looks like you started already into compliance within the days that the city requested.
Yes, except for the parking. As far as I know, everything's in compliance except for the gravel. I was told to do that by the last inspector. I'm not casting blame. And the guy passed me. That was in like 3 years ago, and I just assumed that I had done what I was supposed to, but now I need to get a permit to put down asphalt, I guess. I won't know until I speak to the city. So I probably need like 90 days to do that. I'm a single parent, grandfather. I don't have unlimited time. I've spent every weekend since I got my violations outside, even though I'm outside all week on construction sites. Every weekend outside, working as hard as I can, ma'am, to try to be in compliance.
I understand. I'm not sure where the gravel comes in.
We have no record on the city says that the city approved the gravel on the right-of-way.
Okay. Oh, it's this one. All right. Okay.
I just assumed because they passed me, I didn't know if I was in compliance or not. I just know that they...
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you 63 days to figure out what the gravel situation is, and then 35 days for the landscaping and the fence, and 15 days for the overgrowth, trash, and rubbish. Well, let me think about this, because you're going to have to, if you have to do construction, I'm going to make the first three violations, the chain link fence, the landscape, and the swale right-of-way, 63 days, okay, or $50 a day thereafter. I'm going to enter a finding of fact on the recurring violations, and for the overgrowth, trash, and rubbish, I'll give you 15 days to just clean that up. If it's already cleaned up, he'll go out and re-inspect.
Okay.
And if you run into a problem on any of these, you know, like for the swale, if you run into a permitting problem or whatever, contact the inspector and request more time, okay?
I'm going to have to go for the city permit. He told me he didn't know about the asphalt, if I can put it out front, if I have to have an approach into the yard. This house was built 70 years ago, so the house is sideways to the road. Because the road used to come in the other way. My wife told me, I've been there 30 years, she was there 40. So in order for me to have an approach in there, I have to have vehicles parked right in front of my living room window. I really don't want to do that.
Well, talk it over with the city and see what kind of solution you can come up with. And like I said, if you run into time problem, crunch, contact the inspector. That's what you need to do, is to keep in touch with him so the fines don't start to run, okay?
All right. So the fence wasn't passed? I thought it was. I don't know.
You fixed half of the fence. The other half is not in compliance yet.
Oh, that's right. I repaired that weekend after I spoke to you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Our next case, page 67, Inspector Bovary-Xantis, case number CE 2501-0427, case address 1543 Northwest 10th Place. Owner, Marislene Delva, posted at property 71025, posted at 1 East Broward, 71125.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Officer Xantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement. Case number CE 2501-0427, property address 1543 Northwest 10th Place. This property was first inspected on January 10th, 2024, and the following violation were observed. Violation 9-304B. The gravel apron driveway is in disrepair. The apron driveway is worn through. Grass and reed is going through it. The cement has cracks and weeds going through it. It needs to be pressure washed. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas that have stained, faded, and missing peeling paints. Violation 18-12A, there's overgrowth, grass, and weeds on this property, including the swell area. Violation 9-363, failure to register the residential rental dwelling within the city. Within the city, the free application has not been submitted or is incompleted. A notice of hearing was posted on the property on July 10, 2025, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted July 23, 2025. Revealed as depicted in the photos, the city is requesting 35 days to comply with violation 9-304B, or a fine of $100 each day thereafter. 35 days to comply with violation 9-306, or a fine of $100 each day thereafter. 10 days for violation 18-12A, or a fine of $100 for each day thereafter, and 15 days for violation 9-363, or a fine of $100 for each day thereafter.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Marislen Delva.
Okay. Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within the requested time the city just announced?
Not, I don't know, not all of them because I live in Michigan.
Pardon me?
I live in Michigan.
Okay.
I will request at least 90 days.
Your Honor, city will not be opposed to a greater amount of time. We'll start with 63 days, but the overgrowth, trash, and debris will remain as 10 days.
Okay. And the 15 days for the residential dwelling?
And yeah, the residential that needs to be registered will remain at 15 days as well.
Okay. All right. That sounds fair to me. 63 days for the driveway and the exterior building. If you run into a problem and need more time, make sure you contact the inspector. But I got to tell you, living in Michigan is not an excuse. You have property down here and you need to maintain it according to the code, regardless of where you live. So, but we'll try to work with you on those. And you have 10 days to pick up the overgrowth, to take care of the overgrowth, grass, and weeds, and 15 days to register, which you could, I think you could do for free online. Register as a rental dwelling, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. Just for the record, I gave her the actual number where she can call to get the property registered. And if she needs any more information, I'll be more than happy to assist her with that as well.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 35, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 2502-0284, case address 900 Northwest 2nd Street, owner SJW Investment Irrevocable Trust, posted at property 62625, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Vanessa Willis, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting CE 250-20284 for the property located at 900 Northwest 2nd Street. The property was first inspected on February 20th, 2025, and given time to correct the following violations. Violation 9-304, parentheses B, there are vehicles, trailers, parked on the grass or lawn area, including but not limited to a white Mercury Mountaineer and a blue Hyundai vehicle parked in the front of the property, north side, and a boat and or boat trailer in the rear of the property, south side. Violation 9-305, parentheses B, there is bare or missing ground cover in the swell and throughout the property. This is a recurring violation referred to case CE 230-20493. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. Violation 47-34.1.A.1, there is outdoor storage at this property. There is wood, bricks, metal, construction debris, etc. stored outside throughout the RMM-25 zone property. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case CE 221-20430. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. Violations 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. Building walls are discolored, stained, dirty. Paint is missing or peeling on the building, fascia, and soffits. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case CE 22120430. This case will be presented to the magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. As of the pre-hearing inspection conducted on July 23rd, the violations remain in non-compliance as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 10 days to comply and $100 per day thereafter for 9-304 parentheses B and 47-34.1.A.1 and 35 days to comply and $200 per day thereafter for 9-305 parentheses B and 9-306 with the finding of fact on the following recurring violations: 9-305 parentheses B, 47-34.1.A.1 and 9-306.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Lee Williams.
Okay, Mr. Williams, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within the time requested by the city?
Yes.
Thank you so
But it's
much.
different. What was 10 days?
The 10 days was to get rid of the vehicles that are parked on the lawn and the trailer, the Mercury Mountaineer and the Blue Hyundai, and also the outdoor storage needs to be gone within 10 days.
Okay. The outdoor storage, that little fence I put there was I was instructed to put that there to store stuff behind it. It's mostly cleared out, but it's a few items behind it
Okay,
now.
the inspector can meet with you after the hearing and tell you what you still have to do to comply the property, okay?
Okay, one other thing. The Mountaineers, the gentleman had a debilitating stroke, so should I just tow it?
Okay, it's got to be removed. Just I mean, if he's unable to take possession of it, I don't know what to tell you. Get a family member, have it towed. That's up to you. All right. Thank you.
Our next case, page 42, Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 24110209, case address 857 Northwest 16th Avenue, owner Florence McBride and Michelle Lee Roden, posted at property 7825, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Guy Siderman, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 24110209 for the property located at 857 Northwest 16th Avenue. This property was first inspected on 11/13/2024 and given time to correct for the following violations: 1812A, non-complied; 9-TAC-304B, non-complied; 9-TAC-305B, complied; 9-TAC-306, complied. My pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 7/8/2025. The listed violation still remains non-compliant, and the city is requesting compliance within 35 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter for the following violations: 1812A and 9-TAC-304A. I would like to submit my case file and photos for the court.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Florence McBride.
Okay. Ms. McBride, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance by getting rid of the overgrowth, trash, and rubbish, and taking care of the gravel driveway within 35 days, or face a fine of $50 a day?
Yes, ma'am. I try to do the best I can, but I don't know about the gravel on the swell. It's like every year you put gravel there and it keeps sinking, and the only solution to that is like put some concrete on the gravel to hinder it from sinking. Every year you have to put gravel there, and I don't have, my finance is not like to keep putting gravel there every day. When it comes to the grass, when you put the grass there after a while and the hot weather, and you keep watering it, the water bill is so high you can't pay it, so I have to just do without the grass. And I try my best to get the gravel if I have enough time to, because I have to purchase it and put it there. I don't know if it's okay to put some concrete over it to keep it, because I keep sinking. Every year
Well,
I have to put gravel there.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Good morning, Supervisor Kaloyan with the City of Fort Lauderdale. You didn't ask her to remove it, right? Just needs to be replenished?
Just to put some more gravel.
Yeah, you just need to add a little bit more and just remove the weeds. You don't have to redo the whole thing.
Okay, I think you'll be okay with 35 days, but if you run into a problem, contact the inspector. Again, you don't have to redo the gravel. Just add some more gravel, pull the weeds, you're done, okay?
Okay, and what about the driveway?
That's what I just said.
The driveway is not gravel. It's like concrete, but it's rough.
Yeah, if you still have the grass that's overgrowth that's growing in some of the cracks,
I already cut it.
you just got to take care of that. If you have some cracks that are in there, it just has to be filled in. But I can go over that with you. I can stop by again. That's fine.
That would be good. Thank
Okay.
you so much.
All right, thank you.
Our next case, page 76, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 25020437, case address 2901 West Commercial Boulevard, owner Westcom Properties Partners LLC and all others. This case was first heard 4/24/25 to comply by 5/9/25, 5/29/25, 6/26/25, and 7/24/25. Two sections complied at $150 per day, $11,700 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning, Special Magistrate Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case and address as read. This case first came before Special Magistrate on April 24th of this year, where evidence was presented and Magistrate found for the city. These violations were first cited on February 18th of this year, and a total of 10 re-inspections have been made to the property. There have been conversations involved and in person with the property owner and manager. During these conversations, the status of the violations and corrective actions were discussed. I'm happy to say that we do have compliance on this property. It's fully complied. And we have the property manager here with us today.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Yes, good morning. My name is Daryl Bencomo.
How come it takes so long to take down signs? I don't get it.
Unfortunately, it's not. It wasn't an issue with our part. It was some difficult tenants that did not want to remove their signage on their windows, and that's what really took a little longer to come into compliance. As far as the stuff we were responsible for, like the garbage enclosure, stuff like that, all of that was taken care of, in a reasonable time frame. But unfortunately, obviously the tenants gave me the issues. I had to get the attorney involved, and you know how that goes.
I can concur to that, ma'am. I've actually spoken to some of the tenants, and their thing is like, how come all of a sudden the city comes here and does this and this and that? It is very unfortunate. Your magistrate, it is the position of the city that the fines be imposed as read. We would like to point out that the administrative costs have been incurred by the city in the total of $626, ma'am.
All right, I'll reduce the fine to $1,200. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Magistrate.
Our next case, page 19, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 2501, 0651, case address 508 West Dayton Circle, owner 508 West Dayton Circle Land Trust, posted at property 63025, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Good morning, Inspector Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 25010-651, address 508 West Dayton Circle. This property was first inspected on 1/15/25, and the following violations were discovered. 9-305B, the driveway at this property is stained with a black substance and has cracks throughout. 9-278(E) was complied on 7/23. 18-12(A) was also complied on 7/23. 18-1 was complied on 7/23. 9-280(H)(1). The fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The wooden fence surrounding the property has broken, chipped, and discolored slats. 24-7(B) is also complied. Contact was made with the property owner regarding the cited violations. As a pre-hearing inspection dated 7/23/25, the property remains out of compliance. The city is requesting 35 days or $100 per day per violation thereafter.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Tufik Valmi.
Okay, it looks like you've gotten some of these complied. You've got two left, which is the driveway and the fence. Are you in agreement to bring that into compliance within 35 days or face a fine of $100 a day?
Yes, it is doable to be compliant within 35 days. However, if I can have a little extra just to make sure that it is, I get everything done on that appropriate time, I would appreciate that.
All right.
The fence is already removed as of yesterday completely, so I have a contractor working on getting everything else to be to par to where they need to be. So the fence as of right now are gone.
Does that comply if the fence is gone?
At the time of my pre-hearing inspection, the fence was still up, so
Yeah, it was out yesterday. I have pictures I can show you where that the fence is completely gone that the contractor sent me. Do you want to take a look at them? Picture of the fence that's gone. Like
Okay, well, she still has to go out and re-inspect.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to give you 63 days to get the driveway done, and also I'll put it on the fence as well, just to give her time to go out there and re-inspect.
That sounds good.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Rachel, you have another case. Our next case, page 77, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 24110095, case address 3461 Berkeley Boulevard, owner Christina Cabrera. This case was first heard 3/27/25 to comply by 5/29/25 and 6/26/25. One section not complied at $50 per day, $2,800 accrued. City's requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Inspector Rachel Moore again for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 24110095, address 3461 Berkeley Boulevard. This property was first brought before the Special Magistrate on 3/27/25, and at that hearing, Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 63 days to comply for violations of 9-306 and 63 days for violation 9-305B, or $50 per day thereafter per violation. On post-magistrate inspection dated 6/10 and 7/1/25, the violation of 9-305B remains out of compliance. As a pre-hearing inspection dated 7/23/25, that violation of 9-305B continues to remain out of compliance. The city is requesting the full imposition of fines at this time.
Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Christina Cabrera.
Okay, looks like you got everything done but the landscaping. Why isn't that done?
Yes, so we've done several things. We fixed the fascia. We went above and beyond. We put in a new roof. So we are committed. We've put in new windows.
How much
before
time
that.
do you need for the landscaping?
60 days. If we could have 60 days, that would be helpful.
The city's not opposed to 63 days.
Okay, 63 days, and I'll suspend the fines during that time.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Our next case, page 60, Inspector Bover Exantis, case number CE 24040828, case address 1111 Northwest 12th Street, owner Orlando Jr. Disar, posted at property 71025, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Officer Exantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement. Case number CE 24040828. Property address 1111 Northwest 12th Street. This property was first inspected in April 26, 2024, and the following violations were observed. Violation 9-304B. The driveway is not being maintained, is not well maintained. The driveway has broken and missing section and needs to be painted. This is a recurring violation per previous case CE 20090706. This case will be heard at the next available special magistrate whether or not this property comes to compliance prior to the hearing. Violation 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property in its well. This is a recurring violation per previous case CE 20090706. This case will be heard at the next available special magistrate whether or not this property is coming to compliance before the special magistrate. This case is actually in compliance. 18-12A is actually in compliance, and the city is requesting the finding of fact on that violation. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and welcome appearance. There's areas of dead and missing ground cover. This is a repeat violation per previous case CE 20090706. Fines will begin to accrue immediately and scheduled for a special magistrate whether or not the property is brought into compliance. This specific violation was out of compliance for a total of 12 days from April 26, 2024 to May 18, 2024. The city is requesting $1,200 to be imposed as this is a repeat violation. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia boards, are stained and dirty. There are areas of the exterior building walls that have stained and missing peeling paints. The city is requesting 35 days for that specific violation or fine of $100 for each day thereafter. And the city is also requesting 35 days for violation 9-304B or a fine of $100 for each day thereafter. Violation 9-305B is currently in compliance.
Okay. All right, please state your name for the record.
There you go.
Orlando Desir.
Okay. Let's start with the easier ones. Are you in agreement to do the driveway and the exterior building walls within 35 days?
That's fine, but I was trying to figure out if I can get an extension. Because the thing is, I have two jobs, so I got to talk to my managers to try to get some time off to get everything done.
All right, I'll give you 63 days on both of those. Okay, and I'm going to enter a finding of fact with regard to the overgrowth, trash, and rubbish. I'm not going to fine you today on that one, but if it happens again, you will be fined. Now, the more complicated one is the repeat violation regarding the landscaping and the missing ground cover. You were out of compliance for 12 days, and because it's a repeat, not just a recurring, but a repeat, that means that the fines began when the inspector first noticed it was out of compliance. So you've run up about $1,200 in fines. Okay.
Is it possible to get it reduced?
Why? Why do we get here, and why do you think you deserve a reduction?
Like I said before, I have 2 jobs and I have 4 kids. My mother-in-law just passed away about 2 months ago, so I've been going through a lot.
Okay, all right. I'm going to reduce that to $400, and the rest of them will be 63 days for compliance, okay?
Thank you.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Excuse me. 9304B was also a recurring violation. Correct?
But it's not complied, so,
Okay, but did you, okay.
yeah.
Never mind. You're right.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 18. Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 2501-0552, case address 363 West Dayton Circle, owner Tammy Morgan, posted at property 63025, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Inspector Rachel Morgan, presenting case CE 25010552, address 363 West Dayton Circle. This property was inspected on 1/13/25, and the following violations were observed. 25-4 is complied. 9-304(b). The driveway at this property is in disrepair, cracked, potholes, and stains. 9-305(b). The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia, soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and or missing peeling paint. Contact has been made with the property owner regarding the cited violations. As a pre-hearing inspection dated 7/23/25, the property remains out of compliance. The city is requesting 63 days to comply, or $50 per day per violation thereafter.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
My name is Tammy Morgan.
Okay, Ms. Morgan, you agreement to bring the property into compliance within 63 days?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for your cooperation.
Our next case, page 79. Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 2404-0243, case address 2312 Northwest 15th Court, owner Annie L. Dinkins Estates. This case was first heard 9/10/24 to comply by 10/8/24. 2 suspensions noted on the agenda. 5 sections complied at $50 per day for a total of $23,350, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case and address is read into the record. At Special Magistrate on 5/13 hearing, Flynn granted a 10-day extension. As of pre-hearing inspection on 6/12/25, the case is now in compliance. The city is recommending full imposition of fines.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
John Dinkins.
Okay, Mr. Dinkins, you've accrued $23,350 worth of fines. Why did it take so long to get the property into compliance?
Well, ma'am, in the first place, I'm operating on just my salary, and that's once a month. So I don't have the monetary means of actually keeping up with or trying to pay these fines. So it just took that long to get it all together. I don't have the means of doing it.
Okay. All right. Anything else from the city? All right.
But it don't look like that now.
But
It don't look like that now.
Yeah, everything's in compliance, and we appreciate that. It's just that the fine started accruing because you went over the time limit we gave you. That's why I tell everybody, if you run into a problem, to call the inspector and ask for an extension.
Your Honor, due to the circumstances, the city would be okay to imposing the administrative fees of $1,200.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Karen. Okay. All right. So we'll reduce the fine from $23,350 to $1,200 in administrative costs. Thank you very much.
Sir, right here. If you're unable to make that full payment, please see Crystal in the back, and we can set up a payment plan.
Okay, by all means, I'm
Okay.
unable.
Okay, see her in the back. Thank you. Our next case, page 24, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 2503-0295, case address 3700 Jackson Boulevard, owner Garrier Investments LLC, posted at property 7325, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
$030-295, address 3700 Jackson Boulevard. This property was first inspected on 3/12/25, and the following violations were discovered. 9-279(e), every supply facility and piece of equipment, including tenant-owned equipment, shall be maintained in a safe, sanitary, and properly operating condition. The refrigerator and the air condition were not working. 9-278(c), there are electrical outlets that are not working, to include the ceiling fan, which has only one light working. There is also an electrical outlet that has been covered with a surge protector because the outlet sparks fire when plugged into it. 9-280(b), there are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained. There are doors inside the property which have been water damaged, ceilings that have evidence of water damage, and peeling paint. 9-363, failure to register the residential rental dwelling within the city. The free application has not been submitted or is incomplete. 9-313(a), property is not identified by approved address numbers. 18-12(a), there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and/or its swell. 18-1 is complied. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and or missing paint. 9-305(b), the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance, as there are areas of dead and or missing ground cover. 9-280(h)(1) has complied. Contact was made with the property owner regarding all cited violations. As of pre-hearing inspection dated 7/23/25, the property remains out of compliance. The city is requesting the following: for violations 9-279(e), 9-278(c), 9-280(b), 9-306, and 9-305(b), 35 days or $100 per day per violation thereafter. For 9-363, 15 days or $100 per day thereafter. For violations 9-313(a), 18-12(a), 10 days or $100 per day per violation thereafter.
Your Honor, if I could make, Rana Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office, if I could just make one suggested revision to the inspector's requested time frame. 9278C, I would suggest 10 days because that is an electrical hazard and that's a safety issue that could burn the house down.
Okay. All right, sir, please state your name for the record. Okay. Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within the time frame requested by the city?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so you understand each violation and what time you have for that?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for your cooperation.
Thank you very much.
Our next case, page 57, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 2506-0233, case address 2105 Southwest 18th Avenue. Owner, Todd and Sherry Schofield, posted at property 7325, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 2506-0233 for property located at 2105 Southwest 18th Ave. This property was first inspected on June 11th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 47-21.9.m, sections of this RD15 zone vacant lot have no lawn covers as required. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas on the swale with dead and missing ground cover. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its swale. This is a repeat violation as per case number CE 2202-0460. And as such, fines will begin immediately, and case will be brought before the magistrate whether or not the property has come into compliance. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on July 19th, 2025. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 35 days to comply for violations 47-21.9.m and violation 9-305B, or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter. As for the repeat violation 18-12A, the city is requesting $100 per day for the 7 days the property was in violation, totaling $700.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Todd Schofield.
Okay. Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance with the remaining violations, 35 days or $100 a day thereafter?
I am.
Okay. And are you in agreement with the $700 fine for the 7 days it was out of compliance?
No, that was on the cutting of the grass?
Yes.
The cutting of the grass, which was just seasonal. You had to cut once a month. We've since changed it twice a month, and it's now getting done twice a month.
Okay.
So what you saw in the picture on the left-hand side, which is in compliance, that was debris was left by a contractor that built a townhouse next door to us.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the original start of the whole problem.
Yeah.
Not having the lawn cut twice a month caused that.
The problem is that this is a repeat violation, and so the fines are automatically imposed. So, I mean, there's not much I could do about it. All right, I'm going to impose the fine, $700. Thank you.
Our next case, page 59, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 2502-0162, case address 1006 Southwest 22nd Street, owner Alfred Indy, posted at property 62125, posted at 1 East Broward 71125. Is he here? Is there a responder here for 1006 Southwest 22nd Street? He left? Okay. All right, moving on to page 75. Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 2503-0480, case address 2218 Northeast 17th Court, owner Raymond Castello and Carol Castello, posted. This case was first heard 5/13/25 to comply by 5/28/25. One section not complied at $100 per day for a total of $5,700. One section complied at $100 per day for a total of $400, $6,100 total. City is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale, Senior Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. This case was first heard on May 13th, 2025, the magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct violations at this property by May 29th. One violation was brought into compliance on June 1st, and the other is still not in compliance. One violation was out of compliance for 4 days, and the other has been out of compliance for 57 days, both with a fine of $100 per day for a total of $6,100 now accrued. The city is requesting the full imposition of fines in the amount of $6,100, with fines continuing to accrue.
Please state your name for the record.
Ray Costello.
Okay. Why is it taking so long to get this property into compliance?
Well, the permits for the dock took forever.
Mm-hmm.
And then finally, when we got the permits, we got the contractor to come out. He was on other jobs, so he had to wait. We had to wait for him to get the barge and play, and then he had mechanical issues with his barge.
How much time do you think you need?
No, it's done.
It's done?
The dock is done, yeah.
Okay. All right. So I will, I think, give 10 days so that the inspector can go out and re-inspect. And I'll suspend the fines during that time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks.
Our next case, also page 75, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 24120666, case address 1007 Southeast 11th Court. Owner, Ritos Development LP. This case was first heard 3/11/25 to comply by 3/21/25 and 6/10/25. Two sections complied at $150 per day, $2,400 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning. Good afternoon, Special Magistrate. Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number as read. This case first came before Special Magistrate on March 11, 2025, where the evidence was presented and Magistrate found for the city. These violations are the violation was first cited on December 31st of 2024, and a total of 10 re-inspections were made to the property. There were conversations in phone and in person with the property owner and with the property representative. During these conversations, the status of the violations and corrective actions were discussed. I'm happy to say that there is compliance on the property, and we have the property owner with us today.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Tim Ritvo.
Okay. Looks like you've done everything. It just took a little longer than we allowed you. And so there's been accrual of $2,400 worth of fines.
Yes, Your Honor. There was constant contact on my part, I believe, to reach out to Officer Caracas multiple times through emails and phone calls, and I didn't get a lot of responses. I've asked a few times to meet at the site. There was two violations, one where the yard was a little bit messy, and so we cleaned that up right away, and he called me and said that was fine. The fence was another issue, which we sent a team over there to put the fence up as best as we could, knowing we were going to demo the property. And as the demo permit was coming out, then obviously the fence was going to come down. I have the utmost respect for the city and what they do. I have about 11 homes in Rio Vista. Across the street, I have a $4 million house that I just sold to a Florida Panther player. So I wanted the place to look good, and I thought I was in compliance. I had not received any other phone calls. Knowing it's my responsibility, I reached out and asked if Officer Caracas would swing by and meet with me personally. At times he's told me I've been on the water. I have a tough job where I'm on the water and I'm on the dirt. So, I'll drive by and let you know, and not getting those communications back. So, although I believe in what they do, I think the communication could be a little bit better, because I'm a person that will go right on the site and try to resolve the issues as they see. And it's in my best interest too, because I'm so invested in that area.
Mm-hmm. So these two violations were confusing for you?
No, not at all, ma'am.
Okay.
No, I didn't say that. If
I know, but you said you needed to meet him out in the site. The inspector wasn't responsive. I mean, it looks pretty clear from the pictures what needed to happen.
No. The fence was, he said the fence written in the violation needed to be either repaired or replaced. I repaired it, which we thought, we sent the crew out there and repaired it, as we thought was good enough for the period. I have neighbors I know all around that area, and everyone seemed fine, not that that matters. And I had called Mr. Caracas to come out, Officer Caracas, to take a look to see if it was okay. And if it wasn't, then if I had to put a new fence, I would have put up a new fence or took the fence down. And that's the only issue.
Magistrate, I have been in contact with the gentleman, as he says, and also I guess it was his general contractor, a lady that I met on the property, and I pinpointed out what needed to be done. Again, Your Honor, it's in the position of the city that fines be imposed as read. We would like to point out that they have been incurred by the city of
Our next case, page 77. Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 24100679, case address 272 Southwest 28th Terrace, owner Carolina Gomez. This case was first heard 2/27/25 to comply by 5/29/25. Two sections not complied at $50 per day, $5,600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Inspector Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 24100679, address 272 Southwest 28th Terrace. This property was first brought before the Special Magistrate on 2/27/25. At the Special Magistrate hearing, Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 91 days to comply with the violation of 9-305(b) and 9-304(b), or $50 per day thereafter. On the post-magistrate inspection dated 4/28/25, 5/28/25, and 7/7/25, the property remains out of compliance. As a pre-hearing inspection dated 7/23, the property remains out of compliance. The city is requesting the full imposition of fines, and that fines continue to accrue until compliance is met.
Please state your name for the record.
Carolina Miguesca.
Okay, why is there no progress on this property?
The papers have been delivered. It took 4 to 6 weeks for that to arrive, but we're currently in the process of obtaining the permit in order to commence the work. So I'm requesting an extension in order to comply, because that's my intention.
How much time are you asking for?
60 days.
Why is that vehicle not removed?
Pardon me?
The vehicle.
What about it?
It's parked on the grass and it's not removed.
Because there's only one driveway for my vehicle. So it's my husband and I. It's a 3-bedroom home. We have to park somewhere. The idea is that entire area where he's at, we're going to widen that driveway with pavers so that it's all driveway. So he's able to park there as well.
All right. And you've already submitted the permit?
Yes.
The application?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
It's currently under review.
Okay. All right, I'll give you another 63 days and suspend the fines during that time.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Our next case, page 62, Inspector Bover-Exantis, case number CE 2501-0153, case address 1601 Northwest 11th Court, owner Louis Gonzaga Beauchamp, posted at property 71025, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Hi.
Hi.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Officer Exantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 010153, property address 1601 Northwest 11th Court. This property was first inspected in January 4th, 2024, and the following violations were observed. Violation 18-4C is complied. Violation 18-12A is complied. Violation 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. That includes on the swell area. Violation 9-304B. There's a boat on the trailer on the lawn at this property. The gravel driveway is run through. There's grass and reeds going through it. this violation is actually in compliance. A notice of hearing was posted on property on July 10th, 2025, and the pre-hearing inspection was conducted July 18, 2025, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days for violation 9-305B, or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Luis Bocachampe.
Okay. It looks like you made a pretty good start. Just one violation left to cure. 35 days, okay?
Yes.
All right, 35 days or $50 a day thereafter, and I thank you for your cooperation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honor.
That's the end of our respondents. We'll take a brief recess.
Yep, I am.
Our next case, page 57. Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 2506-0224, case address 2318 Southwest 17th Avenue, owner 2318 Southwest 17th Land Trust, in care of Rip Rock Homes, Inc., posted at property 71025, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Mohammed Daim, City, Fort Lauderdale, code compliance, presenting case CE 2506-0224 for property located at 2318 Southwest 17th Ave. The inspection was conducted on June 10th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 9-363, the free landlord registration application has not been submitted or is incomplete. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas on the swale and the front lawn with a dead and missing ground cover. 9-304B, there are vehicles parked on the grass. There are cracks on the concrete driveway. 9-306 complied. 47-334.1.A.1 complied. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its swale. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 2407-0230. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on July 19, 2025. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 15 days to comply for violation 9-363 and 35 days for violations 9-305B, 9-304B, or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter. The city is requesting finding of fact for violation 18-12A.
Is that in compliance?
Yes.
Okay, please state your name for the record. Okay, are you in agreement to bring the... Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within the time frame requested by the city?
I need significantly more time because we have to pull a permit. You see that truck right there?
Yes.
Behind there? So I have a tenant who's got a broken leg and who's got mobility issues, and that's where they're parking. And Code Officer Muhammad specifically told me that for them to park there, I need to pull a permit for a driveway. And first off, this guy, his lease ends at the end of September. Second off, I don't know if you know curmudgeonly people, but this guy is a curmudgeon. He pays his rent on time, but maybe because he has a broken leg, but this guy refuses to move his car, and until his lease ends, I can't do anything. In addition to that, I've tried over the past week to even get in touch with the guy, Bert Ford, who's the zoning director. I don't know if he's out of town, I don't know what's going on. He returned my call once, and then for the past week, I haven't gotten in touch. So the small stuff that I was able to take care of, like cutting the grass, removing the bulk, pressure washing the side of the house. Like, he gave me a bunch of, some I considered a little nitpicky, but anything that I could get, that I could just pay somebody to get done, I complied. And you see, some of the items I did comply. The stuff that you're asking me to do, I need a permit. And to get that is, just to get a survey is going to take me 2 weeks. Then to get an answer from zoning on the driveway, because what happened with that driveway is it used to be gravel, okay? And back in 2022 or 23, the city redid all the sewers in the streets, and they poured asphalt. So when I went to talk to zoning about pulling a gravel permit, they said, well, we don't know, maybe because it was grandfathered in, so you might be able to do, but now you have to, now you maybe have to pour asphalt. So I literally talked to everybody in the zoning department, and they all said, we can't give you an answer, you have to talk to Bert Ford, which, again, I've been going around for a week trying to get it. So this process of doing everything to comply is not simply just throwing some sod on there and being done with it. If it was that, I would do it in 10 days and just move on with my life. Like the other stuff, I cut, I pressure wash, I did all that stuff, I was done with it. But for this, I need to pull a permit, I need to get a survey, I need to get final inspections. For that truck, which that's what he's saying. He's saying the truck can't park on that grass. And for that, it's a process. And realistically, to do all that is probably like 3 months to get all that done, to get it done the way he asked me to do it, which is pulling a permit for put driveway there.
Well, respectfully, I don't think the code officer is asking you to pave it. He's asking that the vehicle be removed from the grass.
Correct, and that's, unfortunately, this is not a place that I live in. It's a place that I rent, and I don't have control over my tenants.
You have to. I mean, it's your property. Under the code, you're responsible regardless whether or not you rent it out. So you either have to get the cooperation of your tenant or you have to remove it yourself.
Sure, but with that, so with that said, you're putting me, if you're telling me to do that, then I'm going to have to put a tow sign, tow the guy, and then I've got a conflict on my end. Just for perspective, they've been parking like that I bought this property in 2021. They've been parking like that since I bought it. They've been parking like that for the past 20 years. If you please let me finish. Nobody cares. I've been cited for the grass like a year ago. Nobody cared at all about that. I get it. You want me to do it. Fair enough. I'm going to do it, and I will take care of it so they're not parking on the grass anymore. The way for me to accomplish that without facing severe conflict with the tenant is to pull a permit and pour a driveway. If I tow their car, I'm going to have a major conflict with the tenant. If I get a permit and pour the driveway, everybody's happy, and I have a nice new driveway and increase the property value, and I don't think it would affect anybody's life if you gave me sufficient time to do it that makes everybody happy.
All right. Anything else from the city?
For the record, this is a second driveway there. He already has a driveway for the property. He wants to pull a permit to do a second driveway.
Okay.
There is no objection.
No objection to the...
If you want to give him extra time. We are requesting for 35 days.
Okay, all right. All right, so I'll give you 63 days as far as the driveway and the vehicle is concerned. I'll give you 35 days for the landscaping and 15 days to do that registration online. It's a free process.
Sorry, can I?
No, you don't talk while I'm talking. 15 days to register the property. It's a free process online, and if you run into a problem after 63 days and your permits aren't coming in, then get in touch with the inspector and request further extension.
The landscaping is part of the driveway. He's saying that where the guy is parking is deteriorated landscaping, and there's...
Okay, all right, I get it.
Not there with that guy. In other words, if that truck gets removed, in other words, there's deteriorated grass underneath the truck. So the landscape, he wanted me to landscape it. I'm saying do the driveway. So if you just give me 63 days for everything, it'll all be taken care of in that time frame.
All right, I'll give you 63 days for those two things, but
Thank you.
only 15 days to register your place.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. What's the next one?
I appreciate your understanding in this matter.
Next case is page 58. Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 2506-0520, case address 1711 Southwest 23rd Street, owner 1711 Southwest 23rd Land Trust, Rip Rock Homes, Inc., posted at property 71025, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 2506-0520 for property located at 1711 Southwest 23rd Street. The inspection was conducted in June 19, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 9-304B complied, 9-306 complied, 9-308B, there's debris, trash, or another element which is not permitted on the roof. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 2309-0208. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the rear of this property. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 2309-0208. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on July 17, 2025. The property is complied. The city is requesting finding of facts for violations 9-308B and 18-12A.
Okay, so it looks like the first two you complied. The second two, because they're a recurring violation, the city has asked me to enter a finding of fact. Let me finish. Yeah, you were there.
I was thinking it, but I didn't say it.
All right. which means that I will not fine you today for the trash, overgrowth, etc., but if it happens again, you will be fined. Now you can speak.
Okay. I don't think I should be receiving a recurring violation. I'll give you my 2 points. He's contending that there's 2 issues that he's contending. Number 1 is the roof, of which, if you can you go to the original picture, please?
Go to the first picture?
Yeah, with the original violation. Yeah, so originally when we had gotten our original roof violation in 2023, the roof was like caked with stuff. It probably hadn't been cleaned in 10 years. I've got, as you can see, a big oak tree above there, and the amount of debris that you see there now in the original violation, like we sweep that thing like every month. That's probably like 2 weeks worth of debris. I've got this massive oak tree that I'm going to keep, by the way, okay? The city, because the neighborhood would murder me if I cut that one down. All the other developers are cutting down oak trees to build houses, but not me. I'm going to keep it and knock that down and build a house. But because of the oak tree, you get some debris on the roof. Now, when I got the original violation, in fact, if you read it, it says there was stuff growing on there, because that's how I bought it. The previous guy hadn't done it at all. And I maintained the thing, and, you know, if it rains a lot or if you get some debris, the stuff on there is what you see in like 2 or 3 weeks worth of stuff. Now, the reason why Code Officer Muhammad originally went to the property was somebody, I think he told me somebody threw a couch on there. So the original citation, I don't live there, but the original citation was for bulk. And then when he went there, somebody, I guess, wanted the couch, so they took off the couch. And then, you know, I guess as part of the job, they look at other stuff. But nobody complained about the roof. It was just like a couple weeks worth of sheddings that my landscaper hadn't gone on to cut. The other thing was, I think the grass in violation, by the way, that truck's not mine. They're building some townhomes to the right, and they're parking all over my lot, which I told them not to. But the grass is cut. What he's complaining about is on the right side. Can you go to the grass violation, the next picture, the right side? Yeah, that's what he's complaining about on the right. Correct, it's the right side? Okay, I just wanted to verify. So what happened with this is, and if you want, I'm going to, can I approach? Okay. So this was the repeat violation that they gave me. This is what they're repeating on from 2023. And I want to show you this from 2019. I appreciate your patience. Bear with me. This will probably take 2 minutes to explain. You'll see the comments. You can just read that. I'm not going to read them. I've been like 40 years ago. But anyways, so what happened was in 2023, I got a violation from a code officer, Malika Murray, there was a you'll read it, there was a carport there, okay? There was like a temporary structure. Do you want me to show you pictures, or you can read?
That's not in front of me, is it?
No, it's not.
No.
But okay, so there was originally a carport covering the side. And what happened was I got a violation in 2023 for it, and they erroneously made me take it down. If you look at the second page that I gave you from...
That's got nothing to do with what you're here for today.
Well, it'll make sense. I'll get there. So in 2019, they cited the previous owner for that same carport. It went up the chain to the building head, and they said, actually, you're allowed to have it. It's a temporary structure. So in 2023, when they cited me for that same carport, they erroneously made an error and made me take down a carport that I shouldn't have taken down. And that was covering that side. So in the interim, I put a tarp there because there's a bunch of kids in the neighborhood, and they all go back there to like smoke weed and do nefarious things. So we put a tarp there to like prevent them from getting back there. So what happened was that builder to the right, the guy building the townhomes, they took down my tarp, drove their excavator along the side because they couldn't get there on their side. They took the excavator all the way back, and that's how the city was able, because otherwise, Like, sure, it's a little bushy back there, but if that guy to the right never taken down my tarp to get on my property to access his, the city would have never seen that side. And in fact, if the city didn't make me take the carport down, which they made a mistake in, that side would have been covered anyways. And the problem is because of that tarp and because it's difficult access to get there, my landscaper was never cutting that side. He was cutting the front, so you can see the front was cut. I mean, now it looks
But
better.
I still see missing ground cover in the front.
Well, but he's complaining about the side. The front looks a little better now.
Special
because it rained,
Magistrate,
you couldn't see it.
Yes.
as you know, majority of that is not relative to this case. It doesn't matter that there was a tarp there. If there's a tarp there and there's overgrowth behind it, there's still overgrowth on the property. If you look on both sides, there's overgrowth. If you look at the picture that the tarp is missing, you can see the overgrowth there, but if you look clearly, there's overgrowth all the way to the back of the property. This is a recurrent violation based on the last violation where his entire property was overgrown. Go back to that last picture. There's overgrowth from the side all the way to the rear of the property. So it doesn't matter who took the tarp down, nor does it matter what they're going back there to do. The property has to be cut whether the tarp is up or not.
And it was cut. Like, once they took it down, I complied, by the way. Like, all the things are complied. What I'm saying is, if the city never made me take down the carport, which they made a mistake, and the guy next door, the guy with the townhomes, if he didn't take down my tarp, there would have been no access. Like, it was before that. My grass cutter didn't even access to cut it.
I still see other violations there. So I am going to grant the city's request for a finding of fact for a recurring violation. Thank you. Now you can have it if you want it back. Just when you think you're done. Oh, there's another gentleman.
Our next case, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 2408.
What page?
I'm sorry, page 62. Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 2408. 0467, case address 1301 Northwest 9th Avenue, owner Calvin Thrower, posted at property 7325, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Officer Exantis on behalf of City of Lauderdale, Community Enhancement. Case number CE 24080467. Property address 1301 Northwest 9th Avenue. This property was first inspected on August 23rd, 2024, and the following violation were observed. Violation 47-34.1.8.1 is in compliance. Violation 18-1. There are tables, buckets, paint cans, and other miscellaneous items stored under the carport at this property, creating a public nuisance. Violation 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and walk-up appearance. There's area of dead and missing ground cover on the property. In violation 9-304B, there are vehicles parked on the lawn grass area. Violation 18-12A is complied. A notice of hearing was posted on the property on July 3rd, 2025, and the pre-hearing inspection was conducted July 23rd, 2025, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 10 days for violation 18-1 or fine of $50, 35 days for violation 9-305B or fine of $50, and 10 days for violation 9-304B or fine of $50 for each day thereafter per violation.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Calvin Thoreau Sr.
Okay, sir, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 10 days to pick up the tables and buckets and paint cans and to get rid of the vehicle that's parked on the grass?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and we'll give you 35 days to, for the landscaping violation. Is that okay?
Give me what now? I don't
The
understand.
landscaping violation.
The landscaping
There's
violation.
areas of dead and missing ground cover.
Yes, I could put grass in there if it's.
Yeah, you have to put grass down.
Yes.
Okay, all right, 35.
Your Honor, just for the record, I've been in touch with the property owner, and the city also will gonna grant a little bit more time,
Okay.
63 days. We're gonna start with 63 days.
All right, 63 days for the landscape. Okay, all right, so 63 days for the landscaping, and if you have any questions, talk to the inspector, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Your
Good
Honor.
afternoon.
Have a good day. All right, we'll go right into our non-respondents. First page, page 3. Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 25040660, case address 3081 Northwest 19th Street, owner SMH 1986 Investments LLC, posted at property 62425, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address is read into the record. The
What are the
property was
chances?
inspected on 4/23/25 and the following violations were observed. 47-20.20H, the parking facilities at this B2 commercial property are not being maintained and are creating a hazard and a nuisance. The pavement is dirty, stained, and there are cracks on the asphalt, and the striping and wheel stops are faded. 2-4, there is trash in the alleyway at the rear of this B2 property. 18-12A, there is trash on the ground in the rear of the building. 24-29A, dumpster is overflowing and not maintained. 9-306, the exterior walls have not been maintained. The walls have dirt and stained. 47-19.4.C.2, the dumpster at this commercial property is placed in the alleyway and has no enclosure. 9-307B, there are windows at this commercial property that are covered and not allowing light or ventilation. 24-25A, the lids on the dumpster are not kept closed. An inspection report was posted on 4/23/25. A notice of hearing was posted on 6/24/25. As a pre-hearing inspection on 7/21/25, the violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days or $100 a day thereafter for each violation.
So ordered. Next case, page 4, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 25040897, case address 601 Northwest 22nd Road, owner Loretta Anaya Rodriguez, posted at property 7925, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Senior Co-Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. This property was first inspected on April 30th, 25, and given time to correct for the following violations. 47-19.4.D.8 is complied. 18-1, there is a violation at this property that is creating a public nuisance. There is trash on the ground inside the dumpster enclosure, more trash on the ground behind the dumpster enclosure, and another pile of trash on the west side of the parking lot. The property was re-inspected on May 11th, and the violation remained. The case was scheduled for a hearing before the special magistrate. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on July 9th, and the violation remains. The city is requesting compliance within 10 days or a fine of $150 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 25030607, case address 1015 Northeast 12th Street, owner Outstanding Lauderdale Rentals LLC, posted at property 71025, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Presenting case that was just read. This property was first inspected on March 24th. Forgive me. Yes, this property was first inspected on March 24th by Officer Gustavo Caracas. Violation 47-19.5.1A.I. There are items within the site triangle at this residential corner intersection, including but not limited to landscape material, plants, and other foliage. This is creating a hazard to the health and safety and welfare of the residents, drivers, and pedestrians for the properties abutting to the right of the right-of-way. No opaque fence, hedges, walls shall be permitted to exceed 2.5 feet when located within the site triangle of the hedges on the property that exceeds the height permitted on the swale, right-of-way, or corner of the property. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on July 23rd. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 15 days to comply with the violation or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, top of page 5, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 2505-0617, case address 400 Southeast 9th Court. This case is being rescheduled. Next case, page 6, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 2505-0313, case address 3021 Northwest 19th Street, owner R. Dafa LLC in care of Family Dollar, posted at property 62425, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address is read into the record. The property was inspected on 5/15/25 and the following violations were observed. 47-20.20H, the parking facility is not maintained on this property. The parking lot has dirt and oil stains, faded markings, and needs to be restriped. The parking lot also has missing and broken wheel stops that need to be repaired and repainted. This is a repeat violation referred to case number CE 22120347. The case will be presented in front of magistrate whether it comes to compliance tonight. Prior to the hearing, fine shall accrue from the date it was first observed until compliance is met. 9-280H1, the buffer wall at this property is in disrepair and not being maintained as required. The buffer wall is bent, broken with exposed rebar. This is a repeat violation referred to case number CE 22120347. The case will be presented in front of magistrate whether it comes to compliance is met prior to the hearing. Fine shall accrue from the date it was first observed until compliance is met. 9-305B, the landscape on this property is not being maintained in a well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swell area on of the surrounding property. An inspection report was posted on 5/15/25. A notice of hearing was posted on 6/24/25. As of pre-hearing inspection on 7/21, the property violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days or $250 a day there for violation 9-305B. Fines will continue to accrue until compliance is met.
$5,000 each?
$5,000 each violation.
Okay, so ordered.
How much is it going to continue to accrue at daily?
What's the daily fine?
$5,000 a day.
$5,000 a day?
Yes.
Because it's a repeat, and we changed our ordinance.
Okay, so ordered.
Our next case, page 7, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 2505-0537, case address 1326 Southeast 3rd Avenue. This case is complied. Next case, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 2505-0566, case address 111 Southeast 19th Street, numbers 1 through 7, owner 111 Principalities LLC, posted at property 62525, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Inspector Rafael Santos for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address is read into the record. Business Tax Receipt Inspector Rookerson inspected this property on May 22nd, 2025 and cited for the following violation. 15-28, the business apartment building at this location is operating without a current year business tax receipt. Inspection report was posted on the property on May 22nd, 2025. A copy was mailed to the owner listed on BCPA. I re-inspected this property June 16th, 2025. I posted the property June 25th, 2025. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted July 21st, 2025, and found that the violation is not complied. The city is requesting 35 days to comply or $100 thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 2505-0234, case address 1042 Northwest 1st Avenue. Owner, First Fort Lauderdale Haitian Missionary Baptist Church, posted at property 71125, posted at 1 East Broward, 71125.
Code Officer Malik Jones presenting for the City of Fort Lauderdale for case CE 250234 at the address of 1042 Northwest 1st Avenue. This case was first cited on May 8th, 2025 for the following violations. 47-34.1.A.1. There is an illegal land use at this RMM-25 zone property. There are 2 vehicles being stored on this fenced-in vacant lot. 18-12.A. There is overgrowth on this property and or its well. This is a recurring violation per case CE 230-20906 and will be brought before the special magistrate whether or not it comes into compliance prior to the hearing. 9-304B, there are vehicles parked on the grass area. There are 2 SUV vehicles parked inside this fenced-in vacant lot. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 07/17/25 and found violations 47-34.1.alpha.1, 18-12.A, and 9-304B remains as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 10 days for all violations to comply or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter.
You said 10 days?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so ordered.
Next case, page 8, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 2506-0127, case address 1101 Northwest 2nd Avenue. Owner, Soto Sopa Housing LLC, posted at property 71125, posted at 1 East Broward, 71125.
Code Officer Malik Jones presented for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case CE 250-60127 for the address 1101 Northwest 2nd Avenue. This case was first cited on June 5th, 2025 for the following violations. 18-12.A. There is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its well. This is a repeat violation. See case CE 240-30235. Fine shall accrue from the date the violation was first observed until compliance is met. This case will be scheduled for a special magistrate hearing whether it comes into compliance or not. The city is requesting $150 for each day the violation was not in compliance. For the record, the date it was not in compliance was June 5th and June 12th, so 2 days not in compliance.
June 5th and June 12th?
Yes.
And it will continue to accrue, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it's only been out of compliance 2 days?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so for a total of $300?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so ordered.
Our next case, page 9, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 2506-0298, case address 1512 Northwest 7th Avenue. Owner 2016 Jordy C&M LLC, posted at property 71125, posted at 1 East Broward, 71125.
Court Officer Malik Jones presenting for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case CE 250-60298, address 1512 Northwest 7th Avenue. This case was first cited on June 12, 2025 for the following violations. 9-363, complied. 18-12.A, there is overgrowth on this property. This is a recurring violation, CKCE 210-40857. It will be presented to the special magistrate whether or not compliance is met prior to the hearing date. 9-304B, the driveway is in disrepair. The gravel driveway has grass growing through it and areas of missing gravel. This is a repeat violation, CKCE 23120088. Fines shall begin to accrue immediately and daily until compliance is met. This case will be scheduled for the special magistrate whether or not compliance is met prior to the hearing date. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 07/18/2025 and found the violations 18-12.A, 9-304B remains as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 10 days to comply for 18-12A, or a daily fine of $150 per day after. And for 9-304B, the city is requesting $150 each day the violation is not in compliance, and fines to continue to accrue until compliance is met. It's going to be 4 days out of compliance, totaling a cost of $600. No.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 2506-0426, case address 1305 Northeast 5th Avenue. This case is being rescheduled. Next case, page 10, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 2504-0691, case address 1430 Northeast 5th Terrace, owner Joseph D. Wantropsky, posted at property 71125, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Code Officer Malik Jones, presenting for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case CE 250-40691, address 1430 Northeast 5th Terrace. This case was first cited on April 25th, 2025 for the following violations: 24-27F, complied; 24-27B, complied; 9-305A, there is landscape encroaching on the public right-of-way. This is a recurring violation per case CE 200-90702. This case will be presented to the special magistrate whether or not the violation comes into compliance prior to the hearing. 9-304B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of missing and dead ground cover on the property and swell area. This is a recurring violation per case CE 200-90702. This case will be presented to the special magistrate whether or not the violation comes into compliance prior to the hearing. 18-4.C, complied. 18-12A, complied. There is overgrowth and landscaping debris on the front and rear of the property. The landscape material consists of, but is not limited to, an accumulation of leaves, palm fronds, coconuts, and other miscellaneous debris. This is a recurring violation per case CE 200-90702. This case will be presented to the special magistrate whether or not the violation comes into compliance prior to the hearing. The city is requesting 15 days for 9-305A to comply, or a fine of $100 each day after, and 35 days for 9-305B to comply, or a fine of $100 each day after.
So ordered.
Oh, yeah.
And for the record, for finding of fact for 18-12.A.
So ordered.
Next case, page 12, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 2505-0393, case address 2500 West Broward Boulevard, owner Riverbend WM LLC, personal service on 62125, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Good afternoon. Ramon Oliveira, Court Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 250-50393 for the property located at 2500 West Broward Boulevard. The property was first inspected on May 16, 2025, and the following violation was observed. 9-305A, complied. There is growth of landscaping material along with an accumulation of leaves encroaching upon the public right-of-way. This is a recurring violation to case number CE 240-50660. As of May 24, 2025, the property is in compliance. The city is seeking a finding of fact for violation 9-305A.
So ordered.
Next case, page 15, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case, case number CE 2504-0791, case address 1001 Southwest 22nd Terrace, owner Altria Trade LLC, posted at property 7225, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Ramon Oliveira, Court Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 250-40791 for the property located at 1001 Southwest 22nd Terrace. The property was first inspected on April 29, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-12 complied. 24-7B complied. 9-304B complied. 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and swale area. 9-363. The owner of this residential rental dwelling within the city has not registered as a landlord. The free application has not been submitted. As of pre-hearing inspection, July 18, 2025, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting 35 days to come into compliance of Section 9-305B and 15 days to come into compliance of Section 9-363, or a fine of $100 per day for each violation thereafter until compliance is met.
So ordered.
Next case, page 20, Inspector Rachel Moore. Case number CE 2502-0351. Case address 2751 Southwest 3rd Street. Owner Desmond Jaquez and Beverly Thomas. Posted at property 63025. Posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Inspector Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 250-20351, address 2751 Southwest 3rd Street. This property was first inspected on 2/11/25, and the following violations were discovered. 9-306 is complied. However, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. This is a recurring violation per case number CE 231-20456 and is being presented to the special magistrate whether or not compliance is met. 9-363 is complied. 9-305 parentheses B is complied on 7/23/25. 24-7 parentheses B is complied. 9-304 parentheses B is also complied. There are vehicles, trailers parked on the grass lawn area. There's a commercial vehicle and a black sedan observed being parked on the lawn of this property. The driveway at this property is stained with a black substance. This is a recurring violation per case number CE 231-20456 and is also being presented to the special magistrate whether or not compliance is met. 9-280 parentheses H, accessory structure was complied on 7/23. But however, there is an accessory structure violation at this property. The shed in the backyard has a board covering the entrance. This is also a recurring violation per case number CE 231-20456 and is being presented to the special magistrate whether or not compliance is met. 18-12 parentheses A is complied. 47-34.1.8.1 is complied. 47-34.4.B.1 is complied. Contact was made with the property owner regarding the cited violations. As per pre-hearing inspection dated 7/23, the property was found in compliance. However, the city is requesting a finding of fact for all recurring violations.
So ordered.
Next case, page 21, Inspector Rachel Moore. Case number CE 2502-0413. Case address 180 Penn Way. Owner 800 LLC. Posted at property 7/3/25. Posted at 1 East Broward 7/11/25.
Inspector Moore presenting case just read in. This property was first inspected on 2/13/25 by Inspector Moore and the following violations were discovered. 9-306 is complied. However, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and or missing peeling paint. There's also graffiti on the side of the home. This is a recurring violation per case number CE 240-40102 and is being presented to the special magistrate whether or not compliance is met. 9-305 parentheses B is also complied. The landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and or missing ground cover. This is also a recurring violation per case CE 240-40102 and is being presented to the special magistrate whether or not compliance is met. 47-39.A.1.B, parentheses 6, parentheses B is complied. There is outside storage at this RS 6.7 irregular residential zoned property consisting of bedroom furniture, dressers, mattresses, bed frames, and miscellaneous items. This is also a recurring violation per case number CE 24040-102 and is being presented to the special magistrate whether or not compliance is met. 18-1 is complied. There is roof storage of a mattress, sofa, and miscellaneous items at this property that is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may become reasonably infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or other wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or threatens or endangers the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. This is a recurring violation per case number 210300066 and is being presented to the special magistrate whether or not compliance is met. Contact was made with the property owner regarding all cited violations, and as a pre-hearing inspection dated 7/23/25, the property does remain in compliance. The city is requesting a finding of fact for all recurring violations.
So ordered. Next case, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 25040546, case address 300 Southwest 31st Avenue, owner Carlton A. Dixon, posted at property 7325, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Inspector Rachel Moore, reading in case just read in. This property was first inspected on 2/13, and the following inspection violations were discovered. 9-280, the front porch is stained with a black substance. 9-304, parentheses B is withdrawn. 9-305, parentheses B is also withdrawn. 9-278, parentheses E is complied. 9-280, parentheses H, parentheses 1. The garden wall at this property is stained with a black substance and is not being maintained as required. There are also 2 posts that remain after the removal of a chain link fence on the east side of the property. 9-280, parentheses B was withdrawn. 9-280, parentheses H was withdrawn on 7/23/25. 9-306 is also withdrawn. 18-4, parentheses C, there are multiple derelict boat trailers on the property with no valid Florida tags and flat tires. 18-1, there's under carport storage at this property that is creating a public nuisance. The items are being stored under the carport, including but is not limited to cinder blocks, plastic oil pans, pipes, poles, PVC, plastic buckets, glass tank, bags, propane tank, plywood, and other miscellaneous items. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or threatens or endangers the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. 47-41.1.8.1 is withdrawn. Contact was made with the property owner regarding the cited violations. As a pre-hearing inspection dated 7/23/25, the property does remain out of compliance. The city is requesting the following. For 18-4, parentheses C, and 18-1, 10 days or $50 per day per violation thereafter. For violation 9-280, parentheses C, and 9-280, parentheses H, parentheses 1, 35 days or $50 per day per violation thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 25. Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 2504-0902, case address 810 Carolina Avenue, owner FYR SFR Borrower LLC in care of Havenbrook Homes, posted at property 6/30/25, posted at 1 East Broward 7/11/25.
Inspector Rachel Moore, reading in case just read in. This property was first inspected on 4/30/25 by Inspector Moore, and the following violations were discovered. 18-12 parentheses A is complied. However, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and/or swell. This is a recurring violation per case CE 24030-961. 18-4 parentheses C is also complied. There is a derelict vehicle or trailer on the swell and or property, a black Mercedes and a burgundy Lexus SUV with overgrowth of grass surrounding the tires and an expired license plate on the Lexus and no license plate on the Mercedes. This is also a recurring violation per case CE 24030-961. 18-1 is complied. There is roof storage consisting of car tools, boxes, and miscellaneous items at this property that is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may be reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, verdant, and wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or threatens or endangers the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. This is a recurring violation per case number CE 24030-961. 9-305 parentheses B is complied. The landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and or missing ground cover. This is a recurring violation per case CE 24030-961. And 9-304 parentheses B is complied. Contact was made with the property owner regarding all the cited violations. As a pre-hearing inspection dated 7/23/25, the property remains in compliance. The city is requesting a finding of fact for all recurring violations.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 29, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 25030-829, case address 1761 Northeast 12th Street, owner 1759-1761 Northeast 12th Street LLC, posted at property 71025, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Officer Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case that was just read. This property was first inspected on April 2nd, 2025, and the following violations were observed. Violation 4721.16A, complied. Violation 4720.13.F, there's prohibited gravel for this multifamily property in the right-of-way. Violation 9-308, complied. Violation 9-363, complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on July 25th, 2025. And the violation for 4720.13 13.F still remains. The city is requesting 63 days to comply with this violation or a fine of $150 per day thereafter. They did obtain a permit, so it should get done in that time frame.
Okay, great. So ordered.
Next case, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 25040672, case address 1029 North Federal Highway, owner Yellow Capital LLC, posted at property 71025, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case that was just read. This property was first inspected on May 8, 2025 for the following violations. The violation is 47-22.9. The signs have been erected without required permits from the City of Fort Lauderdale. There is a banner on the fence and a sandwich sign on the sidewalk of the area that is not permitted at Mr. Smoke Shack. This is a reoccurring violation. See previous case CE 241000721. As of now, the case has been complied. The city is just requesting a finding of fact.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 25050-453, case address 1251 East Sunrise Boulevard, owner Roshni Investments, Inc., posted at property 71025, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Excuse me, which property is this again?
1251 East Sunrise.
That case violation has been complied. Everything's complied on that violation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 30, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 2505-0557, case address 1015 Northeast 17th Avenue, owner Frederick Sanchez, Alicia Sanchez, and Catherine Sanchez.
Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case I've just read. This property was first inspected on May 24, 2025 for the following violations. Violation dash 18.1.
Hold on, John Claude. We're going to reschedule this case.
Okay.
Next case, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 2505-0801, case address 816 Northeast 18th Avenue. This case has been closed. Next case, bottom of page 30, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 2504-0032, case address 1901 Northeast 21st Street, owner John Danielle and James Byrne and all others.
This property was first
Wait,
inspected
hold on. Okay, we're going to reschedule that one.
Okay. You keep doing it.
All right, let's try one more. Next case, page 31. Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 2506-0525, case address 837 North Victoria Park Road, owner Holiday Start LLC, posted at property 7725, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
This property was first inspected on May 10, 2025 for the following violations. Violation 4734.1.A.1. There is illegal land use occurring at this RMM25 property. There are items being stored outside, such as, but not limited to, chairs, furniture, mattresses, and other miscellaneous items. Violation 47-20.20H. There are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. The asphalt surface has cracks and damages in areas of stain and dirt and oil. There are wheel stops which are damaged and not secured, and the striping is faded and missing. Violation 9-280C. There are paver walkways at this property that are in disrepair and not being maintained. They are dirty and discolored and have weeds, grass growing through the pavers and the walkway. Violation 9-306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that has stains and missing or peeling paint, to include but not limited to the doors at this property. Violation 9-305, the landscape at this property is not, 9305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead or missing ground cover, to include the swale. Violation 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris surrounding this property and or its swale. This is a reoccurring violation. See the previous case number for CE 220-70210. This case will proceed to special magistrate to obtain finding of fact whether or not it comes into compliance prior to the hearing. Violation 9-363, failure to register the residential rental dwelling within the city. This free application has not been submitted or is incomplete. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on July 24th for the property, and all the violations remain. The city is requesting 10 days to comply with violation 10-12A, 10 days for 9-363, or a fine of $200 per day per violation thereafter. The city is requesting 15 days to comply with violation 47-34.1.A.1, or a fine of $200 per day per violation thereafter. And the city is requesting 35 days to comply with violation 47-20.20H, violation 9-280C, violation 9-306, and 9-305B, or a fine of $200 per day thereafter per violation.
So ordered.
Next case, page 33. Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 2501-0164, case address 1115 Northwest 5th Court, numbers 1 through 3. Owner Deborah Lures, posted at property 71125, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Vanessa Willis, City of Fort Lauderdale. That case is complied.
Which case was it?
so I don't have, give me 1 second.
For 1812A.
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, please.
So that's the Amy.
Okay, Vanessa Willis, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. On behalf of CE 250-10164, case address 1115 Northwest 5th Court. Violations were 47-39.A.1.B.10 was withdrawn. Violation 18-12 (A) is complied. However, it is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 240-90695. And this case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation is in compliance prior to the hearing date. Also, violation 9-305 (B) is complied. 9-304 (B) is complied. 9-280 (H) is complied. So the finding of fact for today would be the recurring violation on 18-12 (A).
So ordered.
Okay, thank you.
Next case, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 24090-312, case address 1132 Northwest 2nd Street, owner EZR Properties, LLC, posted at property 71125, posted at 1 East Broward, 71125.
Vanessa Willis, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 24090-312 for the property located at 1132 Northwest 2nd Street. The property was first inspected on October 5th, 2024, and given time to correct the following violations. Violation 9-305 (B). The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Violation 9-279 (G). Air conditioning units are leaking inside and outside apartment number 3. The AC units are not sealed properly inside or outside, throughout. Kitchen cabinets in apartment number 3 are missing and or deteriorated. Doors are missing and floorboards are rotted or deteriorated. Violation 47-34.1.A.1. There is illegal land use occurring at this property. There is construction debris, ladders, wood, tools, miscellaneous items stored in the rear or south side and throughout the RMM-25 residential multifamily zone property. Violation 9-280 (B). There are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained. Reference apartment number 3, front, rear, kitchen door, and door frames are in disrepair, chipped, and are not providing a weather-tight seal. Ceiling has visible signs of water intrusion and damage. Ceiling has water pockets throughout in apartment number 3. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. The building walls, wooden fence, doors, and fascia are faded, dirty, or discolored, and the walkways and sidewalk areas are dirty, discolored, and stained. Violations 9-304 (B). There are vehicles, trailers parked on the grass and lawn area. There are vehicles and trailers parked on the grass on the property. Violation 9-280 (G). There are electrical wires and accessories not maintained in a good, safe working condition, including but not limited to wires exposed on the outside, non-covered electrical meter box, missing smoke detectors in unit number 3, exposed electrical wires in the bathroom light fixture. Violation 18-4 (C) complied. Violation 18-12 (A). There is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or is swell. There is trash throughout the property to include boards, construction material, ladders, wood, etc., along with overgrown grass. In violation 9-363, failure to register the residential rental dwelling within the city. The free application has not been submitted or is incomplete. RMM-25 residential multifamily building does not have a landlord registration on file. As of the pre-hearing inspection conducted on July 23, 2025, the violations remain in noncompliance as depicted in the violations. The city is requesting the following: 10 days to comply and $100 per day thereafter for violations 47-34.1.A.1, 18-12 parentheses A, and 9-363. 35 days to comply and 100 per day thereafter for violations 9-305 parentheses B, 9-279 parentheses G, excuse me, 9-280 parentheses B, 9-306, 9-304 parentheses B, and 9-280 parentheses G.
Or $100 a day?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So ordered.
Next case, page 36. Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 2503-0302. Case address 532 Northwest 8th Avenue. Owner, DACA Management, LLC. Posted at property 71125. Posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Vanessa Willis, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 250-30302 for the property located at 532 Northwest 8th Avenue. The property was first inspected on March 13, 2025, and given time to correct the following violations. Violation 9-280 parentheses H parentheses 1, complied. Violation 9-306, complied. Violation 9-305 parentheses B, complied. However, for this violation, it is a recurring violation. Case number CE 23110-668. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation is in compliance prior to the hearing date. And also, violation 18-12 parentheses A is also in compliance. However, this also is a recurring violation, and you can refer to case number CE 23110-668. So the case is being heard for the recurring violation. As of pre-hearing inspection on July 23, 2025, the violations remain in non-compliance. I'm sorry, the violation is in compliance as depicted in the photos, and the city is requesting the following.
Just a finding of fact.
Yes, the finding of facts. I'm sorry, because these words on this paper are not what I really mean. So yes, a finding of fact for the violation 9-305 parentheses B and 18-12 parentheses A as recurring violations.
So ordered.
Thank you. It's been a long day.
Next case, page
Tell her that.
39.
Yes.
Page 39, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 25050-127, case address 905 Northwest 5th Street, owner Vial LLC, posted at property 71425, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Okay. Vanessa Willis, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 25050-127 for the property 905 Northwest 5th Street. The property was first inspected on May 10, 2025, and given time to correct for the following violations. Violation 9-280 parentheses H parentheses 1. The chain link fence surrounding the property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The poles are bent, leaning, and are missing pieces. Green screening and other material is deteriorated. Violation 9-305 parentheses B. The landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 230-90599. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation is in compliance prior to the hearing date. Violation 9-304, parentheses B. There are vehicles, trailers parked on the grass area, including but not limited to 3 boats in the rear of the property on the grass. The gravel driveway is not being maintained. There is grass and or weeds protruding through the gravel. This is a recurring violation. Refer to the case number CE 230-90599. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation is in compliance prior to the hearing date. Violation 9-280, parentheses H, withdrawn. Violation 18-12, parentheses A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swell, including but not limited to buckets, parts, paper, and miscellaneous debris throughout the property. And finally, violation 18-1, there is roofed outdoor storage of multiple boats, buckets, chemicals, poles, debris, etc. at this property that is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or threatens or endangers the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 230-90599. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation is in compliance prior to the hearing date. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on July 23rd, and all violations remain in non-compliance as depicted on the photos. The city is requesting the following: 10 days to comply and $100 per day thereafter for violations 9-280, parentheses H, parentheses 1, 18-12, parentheses A, and 18-1. And 35 days to comply and $100 per day thereafter for violations 9-305, parentheses B, and 9-304, parentheses B, along with the finding of fact for the recurring violations for 9-305, parentheses B, 9-304, parentheses B, and 18-1.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 40, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 2505-0209, case address 701 West Broward Boulevard, owner Broward Petroleum LLC, posted at property 71425, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Okay. Vanessa Willis, City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement. Presenting case CE 25050-209 for the property located at 701 West Broward Boulevard. The property was first inspected on May 11, 2025, and given time to correct the following violations: 9-305, parentheses B, which is in compliance. However, this is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 240-90037. So it's being read in for finding of fact. Also, violation 9-306 complied, and this is also a recurring violation. 18-12, parentheses A, is complied. As of the pre-hearing inspections on July 17, 2025, all violations were in compliance as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting a finding of fact for the recurring violations 9-305, parentheses B, and 9-306.
And just, Your Honor, before you say so ordered, the inspector forgot on the second recurring, it is the same case number as the prior violation, so both are recurring pursuant to CE 240-90037, just for the record.
Okay. Thank you. No problem.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 45, Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 2501-0570, case address 801 Northwest 16 Terrace, owner Kristen Lascazo Rodriguez, posted at property 7725, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Guy Siderman, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 250-10570 for the property located at 801 Northwest 16 Terrace. This property was first inspected on 1/15/2025 and given time to correct for the following violations. 1812A complied, 9 TAC 106 complied, 9 TAC 308B complied, 9 TAC 304B non-complied. The gravel driveway is not well graded and dust-free. The gravel driveway has thinned out and there's grass and weeds growing through the rocks. My pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 7/9/2025. The listed violations still remain non-complied, and the city is requesting compliance within 35 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter for the following violation, 9 TAC 304B. I would like to submit my case file and photos for court.
So ordered. Next case, page 46, Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 2501-1001, case address 633 Northwest 14 Terrace, owner Chino Caesar and Sylvester McCall and all others, posted at property 7725, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Guy Siderman, case and address as read. The property was first inspected on 1/19/2025 and given time to correct for the following violations. 1812A, non-complied. There's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and or its swell. This is throughout the property, including but not limited to the swell area. Trees, limbs, shrubs, trash was observed as well. 9 TAC 305B, non-complied. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. The property has missing and or dead ground cover throughout the property and its well. 24 TAC 7B is complied. My pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 7/9/2025. The listed violations still remain non-complied, and the city is requesting compliance within 10 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter for the following violations. 18 TAC 12A, and the city is requesting compliance within 35 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter for the following violation. 9 TAC 305B. I'd like to submit my case file and photos to the court.
Okay, so ordered.
Next case, page 47, Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 2504-0335, case address 480 Northwest 24th Avenue, owner Summer Lake Villas LLC, posted at property 7725, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Guy Siderman, case and address as read. The property was first inspected on 4/10/2025 and given time to correct for the following violations. Violation 9 TAC 306 complied. Violation 4719 4D8 non-complied. There are dumpsters enclosures that are not maintained at this location. The dumpster enclosure gates, both dumpsters are not attached and the dumpster lids are open. There is trash throughout the property enclosure at both dumpster locations. Violations 47 TAC 20.20.H non-complied. There are parking facilities not maintained at this property. The parking lot has potholes, dark stains, faded parking lines, and wheel stops. There is also grass and weeds growing through the cracks. Violation 18 TAC 12A complied. Violation 9 TAC 308B complied. Violation 9 TAC 280H1 non-complied. The chain link fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The fence is in disrepair, it is broken, missing parts. This includes the fence throughout the property. My pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 7/9/2025. The listed violations still remain non-complied, and the city is requesting compliance within 63 days or a fine of $150 per day thereafter, and an appearance for the next date for the following violations: 9 TAC 280H1, 47 TAC 20.20H. The city is requesting compliance within 10 days or a fine of $150 per day thereafter, and an appearance for the following violation: 47 TAC 19.4.D.8. I would like to submit my case and file and photos to the court.
Can I confirm with you what you said? Sure. 4719-4D8, 10 days and 160?
The 67 days or a fine of $150 for 9 TAC 280H1, 47 TAC 20.20H, and 10 days for 47 TAC 19.4.D.8.
Did he say reappear?
Correct, and appear.
Just disregard that part.
Disregard that one?
Yeah.
No reappearance.
Or they'd have to appear
Appear
before they can
first.
reappear. So technically. Even if they're not here.
You're good? You're good with that one?
Yeah.
Oh, she didn't say so ordered.
Well, I'm still,
Yeah.
9-308B, was that
Complied.
complied? Okay. All right. Now I think I got it. Okay.
No, this one is 63,
This is 63.
and then 63, and then 10.
How did I get that so wrong? All right, so ordered. Thank you.
Next case, page 48, Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 25040611, case address 925 Northwest 12th Avenue, owner Springfield Missionary Baptist, posted at property 7725, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Guy Satterman, case and address as read. This property was first inspected on 4/21/2025 and given time to correct for the following violations. 9-280B, non-complied. There are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained. The walls are stained, the mailbox structure and signs are chipped and cracked paint. The vents on the side of the building are bent. The canopies in the front and the rear of the property are in disrepair and missing covers. 1812A, complied. 9-305B, non-complied. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead or missing ground cover. The landscape has weeds overgrown in front of the parking lot and the missing dead ground cover throughout the property, including but not limited to the swell area. There are weeds and grass growing through the cracks of the parking lot as well. 47-20.20H, non-complied. There are parking facilities not being maintained at this property. The parking facility is in disrepair. The parking lines are faded. Wheel stops are faded. There are cracks and grass and weeds growing through. Also, stains and dark marks throughout the parking lot. It would include the entire parking facility of the church. My pre-hearing inspection concluded on 7/9/2025. The listed violations still remain non-compliant, and the city is requesting compliance within 118 days or a fine of $50 a day thereafter for the following violations: 47-20.20H, 9-305B, 9-280B. I would like to submit my case and file photos to the court.
Okay, so ordered.
Next case, Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 25040627, case address 725 Northwest 19th Terrace, owner Lei Chong Ying, posted at property 7825, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Case and address as, Guy Satterman, case and address as read. 18.1 complied. 9-306 non-complied. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior and walls and fascia that have stains and missing peeling paint. 9-308B non-complied. There are elements which are not permanent to the roof that are dark stains on the entire roof. 9-304B non-complied. The paved driveway is not well graded, dust-free. There are cracks and grass and weeds growing through. Also, the driveway is faded and needs to be maintained. 9-305B is non-complied. The landscape at the property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance, and there are areas of dead or missing ground cover. This includes but not limited to the swell area of the property. 9-363 complied. My pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 7/8/2025. The listed violations still remain non-compliant, and the city is requesting compliance within 35 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter for the following violations: 9-306, 9-308B, 9-304B, 9-305B. I would like to submit my case and file and photos to the court.
Okay, so ordered.
Next case, page 49, Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 25050328, case address 2136 Northwest 7th Street, owner Ira Community, Inc., posted at property 7725, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Guy Satterman, case and address as read. This property was first inspected on 5/13/2025 and given time to correct for the following violations: 18-12A, non-complied. There is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and/or its swell. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 25050328. This violation will be presented to the special magistrate as a finding of fact whether or not it comes into compliance to the scheduled hearing date. 9 TAC 305B, non-complied. The landscape of this property is not being maintained in well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead or missing ground cover. 24 TAC 7B, withdrawn. 18 TAC 4C, complied. 18 TAC 4A, withdrawn. My pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 7/21/2025. The listed violations still remain non-compliant. The city is requesting compliance within 10 days or a fine of $1,000 per day thereafter for the following violation, 1812A. The city is requesting compliance within 35 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter for the following violation, 9 TAC 305B. The city is requesting a finding of fact for violation 1812A. I'd now like to submit my case and file and photos to the court.
So ordered.
Correct. 100? Probably could have been a mistake by me. I apologize. 1812A, $100 per day. Correct.
Oh.
It's my mistake. I apologize.
Next case, page 51, Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 2503-0264, case address 423 Northwest 21st Terrace, numbers 1 and 2, owner 423 Northwest 21st Terrace Land Trust, posted at property 7825, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Guy Siderman, case and address as read. The property was first inspected on 3/10/2025 and given time to correct for the following violations. 9 TAC 280H1 complied. 9 TAC 363 complied. 9 TAC 305B complied. The landscape of this property is not being well kept and a neat and well kept appearance. There are areas of dead or missing ground cover in front of the doors. There are rocks on the ground where grass should be. There are also rocks on the swell on the right side of the property. This is a reoccurring violation per case number CE 23030270. This violation will be presented to special magistrate as a finding of fact whether or not it complies prior to the scheduled hearing date. 9 TAC 304B complied. The driveway has faded parking lines in the driveway and a small area has loose rocks, needs to be filled in and maintained. The driveway has dark stains and marks that need to be cleaned. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 23030270. This violation will be presented to special magistrate as a finding of fact whether or not it becomes in compliance prior to the scheduled hearing date. 47 TAC 19.9 complied. There is outdoor storage at this property. There is a bucket, indoor furniture outside by the door, and chairs. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 23030270. This violation will be presented to a special magistrate as a finding of fact whether or not it complies prior to the scheduled hearing date. The city is requesting a finding of fact for the violations of 9 TAC 305B, 9 TAC 304B, 47 TAC 19.9. I would like to submit my case and photos for the court.
So ordered.
Next case, page 52, Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 2506-0049, case address 957 Northwest 16th Avenue, owner George Frazier and Horace Frazier, posted at property 7825, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Guy Siderman, case and address as read. The property was first inspected on 6/3/2025 and given time to correct for the following violations. Violation 18 TAC 4C complied. Violation 9 TAC 304B complied. Violation 9 TAC 306 non-complied. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior and walls and fascia that have stains and missing and peeling paint. Violation 1812A, non-complied. There is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris throughout the property and its swell. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 2203-0775-745. This violation will be presented to the special magistrate as a finding of fact whether or not it complies prior to the scheduled hearing date. Violation 9 TAC 305B, non-complied. The landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead or missing ground cover. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 2203-0745. This violation will be presented to special magistrate for finding of fact whether or not and complies prior to the scheduled hearing date. My pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 7/8/2025. The listed violations still remain non-compliant. The city is requesting compliance within 35 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter for the following violations: 9 TAC 306, 9 TAC 305B, and the city is requesting compliance within 10 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter for the following violations: 18 TAC 12A. The city is requesting a finding of fact for the violations of 18 TAC 12A, 9 TAC 305B, and I'd like to submit my case and photos for the court.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Mohammed Dayam, case number CE 2505-0050, case address 1230, Southwest 13th Circle, owner Gary Galway and Jillian Galway, posted at property 71025, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Mohammed Dayam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 2505-0050 for property located at 1230 Southwest 13th Circle. The inspection was conducted on May 7th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 47-21.16.A complied. 9-304B, the asphalt driveway is in disrepair. There are multiple cracks and chipped pieces of asphalt. 47-34.1.A.1 complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted in July 21st, 2025. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 35 days to comply for violation 9-304B or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 54, Inspector Mohammed Dayam, case number CE 2505-0504, case address 1101 Southwest 19th Street, owner Pamela Jean Monist, posted at property 7325, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Mohammed Dayam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 2505-0504 for property located at 1101 Southwest 19th Street. The inspection was conducted on May 21st, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 9-280B, there are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained. There are hurricane shutters on the east side of the property that are covering some of the windows are leaning. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior hurricane shutters that have stains. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its swale. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 2501-0284. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on July 18th, 2025. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 63 days to comply for violations 9-280B and 9-306 or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter. The city is requesting finding of fact for violation 18-12A.
Is it in compliance?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So ordered.
We're finished.
What page? Oh, 52. Okay.
Yes, yes. It's waterway inspection and regular inspection. Yes.
Next case, page 56, Inspector Mohammed Dayam, case number CE 2505-0737, case address 2601 Southwest 2nd Avenue, owner Pompano Property Investments LLC, posted at property 71025, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Mohammed Dayam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 2505-0737 for property located at 2601 Southwest 2nd Ave. The inspection was conducted on May 28, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas on the swale of dead and missing ground cover. 16-A3.B complied, 18-12A complied, 18-4C complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on July 19th, 2025. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 63 days to comply for violation 9-305B or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 58, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 2506-0367, case address 1796 Southwest 22nd Street, owner MGN 2200 LLC, posted at property 71025, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance presenting officers, presenting case CE 2506-0367 for property located at 1796 Southwest 22nd Street. The inspection was conducted on June 13th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its swale. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 240-90052. On June 27, 2025, violation 18-12A was complied. At this time, the city is only requesting finding of fact.
So ordered.
Next case, page 58, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 2506-0368, case address 1798 Southwest 22nd Street, owner MGN 2200 LLC, posted at property 71025, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer presenting case CE 2506-0368 for property located at 1798 Southwest 22nd Street. The inspection was conducted on June 30th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its swale. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 240-90052. On June 27, 2025, violation 18-12A was complied. At this time, the city is requesting finding of fact.
So ordered.
Next case, page 59, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 2502-0162, case address 1006 Southwest 22nd Street, owner Alfred A. Indy, posted at property 62125, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer presenting case CE 2502-0162 for property located at 1006 Southwest 22nd Street. The inspection was conducted on February 6, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 9-308B complied. 9-278E, there are windows awning covering some of the windows of this occupied residential property. 18-4C, there's a derelict vehicle on the property, gray Jaguar without a tag. 18-12A complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on July 23rd, 2025. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 35 days to comply for violation 9-308B or a fine of $50 per day thereafter. The city is requesting 15 days to comply for violation 9-278E and 18-4C or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter. I'm sorry?
Can you repeat the order for 9278?
Okay, 9-308B is complied.
Correct.
So the city is requesting 35 days to comply for violation 9-278E and 18-4C or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
I thought you said 18-4C was 15 days.
No, it's complied. My bad.
18-4C is complied?
No, 18-4C is not complied. 9-308B is complied.
9-308B is complied.
Yes.
9-278E is 15 days or $50 a day. 18
35 days.
I thought he said that for the okay.
35 days.
And then the derelict vehicle is 15 days.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, I had it the other way around.
Next case, page 59, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 240404440. Case address 1025 Northwest 13th Street. Owner Samuel Leonard Fletcher and Erica Fletcher and all others. Posted at property 7325. Posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Good afternoon, your magistrate. Officer Exentis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement. Case number CE 24040440. Property address 1025 Northwest 13th Street. This property was first inspected in January 12, 2025, and the following violations were observed. Violation 18-12A is complied. Violation 9-306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits and balcony, are actually, the fascia and soffit boards are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stained and missing peeling paint. Violation 9-280H1, the fence at this property is in disrepair and not being maintained as required. Violation 47-34.4.B.1 is withdrawn. Notice of hearing was posted on property in July 3rd, 2025, and the pre-hearing inspection was conducted July 23rd, 2025, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days for violation 9-305B, 9-306, or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter, and 35 days for violation 9-280H1, or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter.
So ordered. Next case, page 60, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 241103222, case address 1608 Northwest 16th Street, owner SFR Borrow LLC in care of Havenbrook Homes, posted at property 71025, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Your Honor, at this time, all violations are in compliance, but the city is seeking a finding of fact for violation 18-12A. There's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris at this property in Itsua. This is a recurring violation per previous case CE 21040473. This case will be heard at the next available hearing on special magistrate, whether or not it comes to compliance prior to the special magistrate. All violations are in compliance.
Okay, so ordered.
Next case, page 61, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 24060130, case address 1640 Northwest 12th Court, owner Jerry T. Scanlon, posted at property 71025, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Our friend Mr. Scanlon.
Sure. Case and address as read by the clerk. Property was first inspected in June 5th, 2024, and the following violation were observed. Violation 9-363 is complied. Violation 47-34.1.A.1 complied. Violation 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and walk-up appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover that includes in the right-of-way. Violation 9-304B is complied. 18-12A is complied. 18-1 is complied. A notice of hearing was posted on the property in July 10th, 2025, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted July 23rd. Revealed as depicted on the photos, the city is requesting 35 days for to correct the violation or a fine of $100 for each day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 2412054, case address 1559 West Sunrise Boulevard, owner 1559 West Sunrise Boulevard Land Trust, posted at property 71025, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Officer Exantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement, case number CE 24120574, property address 1559 West Sunrise Boulevard. This property was first inspected in December 27, 2024, and the following violation was observed. Violation 47-34.4.B.1. There's an overnight vehicle park. There's an overnight parking of a yellow truck box, commercial vehicle at this property. A A notice of hearing was posted on property on July 10, 2025. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted July 23, 2025, revealed as depicted in photos. The city is requesting 10 days to comply or a fine of $100 for each day thereafter. Yeah, that's it.
So ordered.
Next case, page 65. Inspector Bover-Exantis, case number CE 2412-0470, case address 1610 Northwest 16th Court. Owner S.E. May Morris, posted at property 71025, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Officer Exantis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 2412-0470, property address 1610 Northwest 16th Court. This property was first inspected in December 20, 2024, and the following violations were observed. Violation 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris at this property and its well. Violation 18-4C is complied. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and walk-up appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover that includes on the right-of-way. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia boards, are standing dirty. There are areas of the exteriors that have stain and missing peeling paint. Violation 9-304B, there are vehicle parks on the lawn grass area. The gravel driveway is worn through, grass and weeds is going through it. Violation 9-280B, there are building parts which are deteriorated and not being maintained, included but not limited to broken windows. A notice of hearing was posted on the property on July 10th, 2025, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted July 23rd, 2025, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 10 days for violation 18-12A or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter. 35 days for violation 9-305B or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter. 35 days for violation 9-306 or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter. 35 days for violation 9-304B or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter. 35 days for violation 9-280B or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter.
So ordered.
Oh, Nadine, sorry, excuse me. In reference to his case on page 61, case number CE 2412-0574, sorry, Supervisor Cloyne, for the record. Can we withdraw that case? Can we withdraw the violation?
1559 West Sunrise Boulevard.
There's only one violation. Yeah.
Thank you.
Which one?
1559 West Sunrise Boulevard. Yes.
Next case, bottom of page 65. Inspector Bover-Exantis, case number CE 2501-0490. Case address 1608 Northwest 11th Court. Owner Leroy Hurley and Betty Davis. Posted at property 7325. Posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Officer Exantis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement, case number CE 2501-0490, property address 1608 Northwest 11th Court. This property was first inspected in January 11, 2025, and the following violation were observed. Violation 18-12A is complied. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and walk-up appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swell area. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stained and missing peeling paint. A notice of hearing was posted on property in July 3rd, 2025. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted July 23rd, 2025, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days for the remaining violation, 9-305B and 9-306, all fined for $50 for each day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 66, Inspector Bover-Exantis, case number CE 2501-0318, case address 1518 Northwest 12th Court. Owner Preshner and Kerline Jean Marie. Jean Mary, posted at property 71025, posted at Wendy's Broward 71125.
Your Honor, at this time, all violations are in compliance. The city is requesting a finding of fact for violation 9-305B, which the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and walk-up appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. This is a recurrent violation per previous case CE 2204-0692. This case will be heard at the special magistrate whether or not the property comes to compliance prior to the hearing.
So ordered.
All violations are complied. Oh, it's a finding of fact? Okay, so the city is seeking a finding of facts for 1812A as well.
So ordered.
Next case, page 68, Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 250100502, case address 1536 Northwest 12th Court, owner Dorothy Thompson, posted at property 71025, posted at Wendy's Broward 71125.
Good afternoon again, Your Honor. Officer Xantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement, case number CE 25010502, property address 1536 Northwest 12th Court. This property was first inspected in January 12, 2025, and the following violations were observed. Violation 47-34.1.8.1. There's illegal land use occurring at this property per the UFDR of this RS8 zone, single family residence. There is non-permitted outdoor storage of goods and materials included but not limited to a bucket, container, and other miscellaneous items. This is a recurrent violation per previous case number CE 2204-0459, and we'll proceed to the special magistrate to obtain the finding of fact whether or not a violation is complied prior to the hearing. Violation 18-12.1 is complied. Violation 9-304B, the surface of the driveway is not well graded in a smooth condition. There are areas of grass, weeds going through it. This is a recurrent violation per previous case CE 2204-0459, and we'll proceed to a special magistrate to obtain the finding of fact whether or not the property comes to compliance prior to the hearing. Violation 9-280H1 is complied. Violation 18-4C, there's a derelict vehicle on the property, a red Toyota Corolla with the Florida tag Quebec Zulu Bravo Alpha 25, expired on April 22, 2023, with flat tires. This is a recurrent violation. Reference case number is 2204-0459, and we'll proceed to a special magistrate to obtain a finding of fact whether or not the violation comes to compliance prior to the hearing. Notice of hearing was posted on property on July 10, 2025, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted July 23, 2025, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting $10 days for violation 47-34.1.8.1. Or fine of $50 for each day thereafter. 35 days for violation 9-304B, or fine of $50 for each day thereafter. And 10 days for violation 18-4C, or fine of $50 for each day thereafter.
And a finding of...
Yeah.
Okay, so ordered.
Next case, page 69, Inspector Bovary Xantis, Guy Siderman presenting case number CE 2502048, case address 605 Northwest 14th Terrace, A and B, owner One Step Investments LLC, posted at property 7725, posted at Wendy's Broward 71125.
Guy Satterman, case and address as read. This property is first inspected on 3/17/2025 and given time to correct for the following violations. 47 TAC 20.20H. There are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property, including but not limited to this stains, faded parking lines, dirty wheel stops, and missing wheel stops. 9 TAC 363 withdrawn, failure to register. 9 TAC 363 withdrawn. 18 TAC 12A. There's overgrowth, rubbish, and debris on the property and its swale. This is including but not limited to the overgrowth on the sidewalk near the fence on the side of the swale. 9-TAC-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including the fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains, missing, or peeling paint. 9-TAC-305, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead or missing ground cover, including but not limited to the rear of the property and the swell area. A pre-hearing inspection was concluded on 7/9/2025. The listed violation still remains non-complied, and the city is requesting compliance within 63 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter for the following violations: 47-TAC-20.20.H, 9-TAC-306, 9-TAC-305B, and the city is requesting compliance within 10 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter for violations 18-TAC-12A. I'd like to submit my case and file the photos to the court.
So ordered.
Next case, page 70, Inspector Boveri-Xantis, case number CE 25020579, case address 1530 Northwest 11th Street, owner Panasa LLC, posted at property 71025, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Officer Xantis on behalf of the City of Lauderdale, Community Enhancement, case number CE 25020579, property address 1530 Northwest 11th Street. This property was first inspected in February 20, 2025, and the following violation were observed. Violation 24-27.B is complied. Violation 18-12A is complied. Violation 9-280B, there are building parts which are deteriorated and not being maintained as required, included but not limited to broken windows. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. The fascia boards are rotten, stained, and dirty. And there are areas of the exterior that have stained and missing peeling paints. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained as required. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover that include in the swell area. Violation 9-304B, the gravel driveway is worn through. There's grass and weeds growing through it. Violation 9-363 is complied. A notice of hearing was posted on the property in July 10, 2025. The pre-hearing inspection was conducted in July 18, 2025, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days for all violation to comply or a fine of $100 for each day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 71, Inspector Boveri-Xantis, case number CE 25020607, case address 1619 Northwest 9th Avenue, owner Magesh Gobindarajan, posted at property 71025, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Again, good afternoon, Your Honor. Officer Xantis on behalf of the City of Lauderdale, case number CE 25020607, property address 1619 Northwest 9th Avenue. At this time, all violations are in compliance. The city is requesting the finding of facts for the two violations, which are 9-304B. There are vehicle parked on the grass lawn area. The parking lot is not well maintained. There is cracks, holes in the parking lot. This is a recurrent violation per previous case, CE 2306-0751. This case will be heard at the next available special magistrate, whether or not the property comes to compliance prior to the special magistrate. The other violation will be 18-12A. There's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its well. This is a recurrent violation per previous case, CE 2306-0751. This case will be heard at the next available special magistrate, whether it comes to compliance prior to the special magistrate.
The pictures aren't moving.
Okay. I'm good. Finding a fact.
Yeah, finding a fact for 9-304B and 18-12A.
So ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next case, page 72, Inspector Evan Oaks, case number CE 2506-0699, case address 2612 Key Largo Lane, owner Lewis Holding Company, LLC, posted at property 7325, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case and address as read. This property was initially inspected on June 25th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 15-282D1C. There are 9 violations of the city's ordinance, which constitutes a request for a 515-day suspension of the vacation rental certificate. The qualifying violations in cases are CE 25050343, trash carts left out, public nuisance, and overgrowth, 3 violations. CE 25050253, trash carts left out, public nuisance, and responsible party failed to respond, 3 violations. CE 25050205, trash carts left out, public nuisance, 2 violations. CE 25010921, trash carts left out, 1 violation. There's a total of 9 violations. The city is requesting the full 515-day suspension of the vacation rental certificate.
So ordered.
Effective when? Effective when? 30 days time?
So, Your Honor.
I would say effective immediately because they didn't appear and their certificate, it's about to expire anyway.
So, Your Honor, just for the record, since you had asked, and of course my computer doesn't work, I was going to cite the actual provision of the code since we haven't seen typically this long of a suspension, but Chapter 15 does allow the city to seek additional time beyond 1 year, and I'm going from memory because we went over this yesterday in agenda review. So for each violation over the qualifying violations for the 365-day suspension, the city is permitted to request an additional 30 days for each additional violation. And so in doing so, we confirmed that the 515 days would capture those additional 30 days for the additional violations.
Okay. So ordered.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, because, nothing works on my computer. Yours is down as well? Thank you. All right, so I'm not completely. So I'll just read it real quickly, Your Honor, since it is a new. So under 15-282, which is penalties for vacation rentals, a 4th violation would require a vacation rental certificate to be suspended for a period of 365 days. Then under 15-282 D1D, D1C, for each additional violation of this article, the vacation rental certificate shall be suspended for an additional 30 calendar days up to a maximum period of 12 months. And for example, and this is still reading directly from the ordinance, for example, the 5th violation shall be for 395 calendar days, the 6th violation shall be for 415 days, and so on.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Yes.
All right. So 515-day suspension effective immediately.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, ma'am.
Next case, Inspector Evan Oaks, case number CE 25060100, case address 2065 Southwest 28th Terrace, owner 2065 Southwest 28th LLC, posted at property 7325, posted at 1 East Broward 71125.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case and property address as read. This property was initially inspected on June 5th, 2025, and the following violation was observed. 15-2787 is complied. The advertisement for this vacation rental property does not meet the ordinance requirements relating to occupancy. Maximum occupancy is 2 guests per bedroom. The property is approved for 8 adult guests, but it was advertising for 10 adult guests. This case is a recurring violation of CE 2302153 and will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Thursday, July 17, 2025. The city is seeking a finding of fact that a violation did occur.
So ordered.
Next case, page 74, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 24120054, case address 1305 Northwest 2nd Street, owner Tia Commercial LLC. This case was first heard 4/24/25 to comply by 5/4/25 and 6/26/25. One section not complied at $100 for a total of $2,800. One section complied at $100 for a total of $1,700. Grand total $4,500. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Okay, Vanessa Willis, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. So I don't know if I'm going to botch this up or not, but here we are, right? So the case is in compliance, right? CE 241200054, address 1305 Northwest 2nd Street. It is in compliance. The order was complied within 10 days for 18-12A or $100 per day. So I neglected to put the compliance date in the right spot in the computer, so it kept accruing. Okay? So the correct date for the 18-12A is, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. 18-12A. Complied. I have complied May 26th, so I have 21 days of non-compliance. That's what I have. Because you have 21, right? When I go back and I look at the photos don't depict the 21st. They're actually on the 26th. And the other violation for 9-306, 9-305B, right, was in compliance prior to the June 26, 2025 date. That date is May 29th, 2025. So he would not have accumulated any fines for that time period. And the photos match. Because I just went back through and I checked it.
Okay,
so I knew that the only thing that was missing was the ground cover that he needed in that particular case.
Okay, so what is the fine currently?
So the fine that I have is, I have $2,100 for the 21 days at $100.
Okay.
Right. Okay, so the city is requesting full amount of that amount, not the previous amount. Yes.
All right.
Yes.
All right, so ordered.
All right. All righty then. Thank you.
Next case, page 78, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 2311-0645, case address 2740 Northwest 12th Court, owner Virginia R. Smith. This case was first heard 4/9/24 to comply by 7/9/24. 2 suspensions noted on the agenda. 4 sections complied at $25 per day, $2,000 accrued. The city is requesting no fines.
So ordered.
Next case, page 79. $525 to comply by 6/5/25. 1 section complied at $500 for a total of $500. Appeal deadline was 6/20/25 and no appeal was received.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case and address as read. This property was initially inspected on June 5th, 2025, and the following violation was observed. 15-2783, there is a solid waste container placed curbside outside of the permitted timeframes. This is a repeat violation of CE 25010069. At this time, all violations are in compliance. The city is requesting the amount of fines to be imposed of $500.
So ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Next case, page 80. Inspector Evan Oaks, case number CE 25050419, case address 2454 Nassau Lane. This case has been paid and is now closed. Next case, page 83. Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 24060177, case address 1118 Northwest 19th Avenue. Owner, Marie Lewis. This case was first heard 3/27/25 to comply by 4/24/25 and 6/26/25. 4 sections not complied at $50 per day for a total of $19,400. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 84, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 24050046, case address 1843 Lauderdale Manor Drive, owner WSC Coastline Properties, LLC. This case was first heard 3/27/25 to comply by 4/24/25 and 6/26/25. 2 suspensions noted on the agenda. 1 section not complied at $100 per day, $11,200 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Carl Peterson, case number FC 25020010, case address 2748 Northeast 32nd Street, owner C&R Capital Group LLC. This case was first heard 3/27/25 to comply by 4/24/25. 1 section complied at $100 per day for a total of $600. The city is requesting no fines.
So ordered.
Next case, page 87, Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number CE 24050830, case address 1007 Citrus Isle, owner American Homes and Development Group LLC. This case was first heard 8/29/24 to comply by 9/8/24 and 9/26/24. 2 suspensions noted on the agenda. 4 sections complied at $100 per day, $34,600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 23081018, case address 520 Northwest 22nd Avenue, owner Willard Daughtry. This case was first heard 3/12/24 to comply by 3/22/24 and 5/14/24. Several suspensions noted on the agenda. 2 sections not complied at $25 per day, $6,750 accrued. 2 sections complied at $25 per day, $3,400 accrued for a total of $10,150. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 88, Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 24100535, case address 824 Northwest 19th Avenue, owner Maddie L. Bosket. This case was first heard 4/24/25 to comply by 5/29/25. 1 section not complied at $50 per day, $2,800 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
The city is requesting to enter pages 93 and 94 into today's hearing as an exhibit. It is the city's list of complied, closed, withdrawn, and rescheduled cases.
So ordered.
This concludes the special magistrate hearing agenda for Thursday, July 24th, 2025.